This is a miracle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1: Becoming the Patriarch. Snow fell heavily. It was winter, in a foreign land, in the cold 12th lunar month. Hot breath formed into white mist, wafting through the air and disappearing in an instant. "Uncle," Bai Luo called out, hiding behind a rock with the old man. The old man raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute." Using cover, the two cautiously surveyed the snowy forest clearing ahead. There stood a silvery white, lion-like creature, Silvermane, a peculiar beast that roamed the mountains, its fur changing color with the seasons. It's beautiful silvery white, that's how Silvermane got its name. Its fur is at its most beautiful in winter, making it a perfect New Year's gift for the mountain rangers. However, Silvermane is a ferocious monster at the top of the food chain, not only rare but also extremely difficult to hunt. Countless hunters, drawn here by greed, have become its prey. It's dangerous. It can kill. These are the first two words that come to mind when the mountain rangers mention Silvermane. The mountain village where the uncle and nephew lived didn't have any such creature as Silvermane. They'd only heard rumors of Silvermane and had trekked across the mountains for days and nights before finally finding its trace. Almost there, prepare, old Uncle Saros narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Silvermane. Bai Luo understood, raising his hand and moving forward. On a distant branch, a woman, her body covered in ice and snow, almost blending completely with the white sky, moved. She drew an arrow, from the quiver slung at her waist. "Be careful." "Got it," Bai Luo nodded, then tightened his grip on the axe. Saros didn't look back at Bai Luo. He only saw a white-haired old man in gray and black velvet, concentrating his energy. He stepped out from behind a rock, revealing himself to Silvermane's gaze. Silvermane was fierce and violent, no rabbit, and he wasn't afraid of being startled. This was a king, a tyrant of the snowy plains and mountains. He allowed the snow wolf and giant bear to become his rations, let alone a human. "Roar!" Silvermane roared, but he didn't attack rashly. He was cautious, just like the battle-hardened veteran before him, Saros. Man and beast stared at each other, each reflected in his own eyes. The weather was cold, and the snow was falling heavily. He had just brushed off the ice and snow from his shoulders, only to have it piled back again. But the veteran remained unfazed. He endured the cold, exposing his hands to the icy air, clutching his weapon tightly. "Roar!" Silvermane had never encountered a human like this. His intelligence wasn't particularly high, but his astonishing instincts made this monster exceptionally intelligent. He sensed danger in Saros. It was the aura of someone like him, someone at the pinnacle of their species. However, Saros's aura grew increasingly unsteady, as if he were losing ground in this clash of kings. So, he retreated. Saros pulled up his boots, which had become one with the ice and snow, and slowly retreated. Snap, Gilulu! Silvermane moved too, taking a step forward, bending slightly, a low, menacing humming coming from his lips. Explosive power coalesced within him, as if in a split second he could cross the mere dozen meters, tackle the old man, and snap his neck. Back again. Saros stared at Silvermane, and Silvermane stared back. But, aside from that initial step, Silvermane didn't move forward. He was wary. The old man paused, and they both fell silent, holding their breath. The snow continued to fall, and the cold wind pierced the old man's hands like a knife. Salos's movements were slow, his foot shifting from a backward step to a retreating step, his boot dragging the snow backward. This subtle shift might be incomprehensible to ordinary people, but in Silvermane's eyes it was the perfect signal for an attack. Snap! Suddenly, Saros's left foot landed on a dead branch, and his eyes subconsciously shifted downwards. Roar! Silvermane moved, its speed astonishing. The tens of meters between them was reduced to a third of the distance in an instant. Bang! Now, Silvermane leaped high, letting out an earth-shattering roar. At the same moment, Saros's eyes finally locked with Silvermane's. He captured Silvermane's undivided attention. Puff! Two sharp arrows pierced the flying snow, piercing Silvermane's eyes without warning. Roar! The ambushed king roared in pain, furious and panicked. His majestic body, suspended in midair, lost its balance due to the severe blow to his head. Bai Luo leaped from behind the rock, stepping on him and leaping into the air. His physique was sturdy, his face resolute. He grasped the sharp axe in his hand, seizing the moment of the king's defeat and slamming it down on his head. Bang! A tremendous force crushed the two sharp arrows, nearly killing Silvermane with the pain. Bang! But Bai Luo didn't stop. He drew the iron hammer from his back and swung it fiercely, striking Silvermane's fragile waist again and again, as if to break his spine. Silvermane's fur was thick, impervious to ordinary swords, but it was vulnerable to blunt blows. Roar! Silvermane wailed in agony, but as he shook his head, the arrows, nearly piercing his brain, inflicted even more intense pain. His regal stance tried to rise, but it only triggered the injury in his spine, causing it to fracture. No one wanted to admit defeat, let alone death. But the truth didn't care, it would only tell you, the game was over. Finally, Silvermane collapsed to the ground, motionless. Wait, Bai Luo didn't move forward. His uncle also stood aside, and his senior sister stood in the distance, gazing at Silvermane. Silvermane's fur was incredibly durable, and aside from its size, it was virtually impossible to damage it. To skin it, one had to squat right in front of it, starting from its size. It was too dangerous. It should be over. Silvermane hadn't moved for over 20 minutes. Bai Luo quickly approached and suddenly pulled out the arrow that had pierced Silvermane, but it didn't react. This wasn't his first time hunting in the mountains with his uncle. From the precious snow fox to the mighty white bear, he'd spent years slumbering in the snow and on the night ridges, sleepless for days and nights, enduring every kind of hardship. We succeeded. Sophia had descended from the tree at some point, her voice so soft in the snow that even Bai Luo couldn't hear a sound. He could only sense her approach by instinct. Silvermane is too big to take back. Sophia crouched down and unsheathed her blade, designed for deboning and skinning. She intended to dismember Silvermane, stripping its magnificent fur right then and there, and taking away some of its precious ingredients for preservation. As for the remaining flesh and blood, give it to the other hunters in the snowy mountains. Only after they've had a good meal will the journey home for the three of them be more peaceful. Let me do it. Bai Luo quickly took the boning knife from his senior sister's hand. Despite having hunted such a remarkable prey, his senior sister maintained a solemn expression, as if constantly wary of a counterattack from the seemingly dead monster. Looking at the woman's silver white hair, damp with sweat and frozen in the cold wind, Bai Luo felt a pang of pain. She was Bai Luo's adopted sister, the orphan daughter of a fellow soldier adopted by his uncle Saros, and the one he had promised to be his fiancée. Father, do we need to sell this Silvermane? Seeing that half of Silvermane's skin had been peeled off, the old man straightened up. Like his senior sister, he kept a close eye on the beast the entire time, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. The beasts of the mountains were not human, they lacked humanity, but that didn't mean they were stupid. On the contrary, they were far more clever and cunning than you might imagine. Therefore, hunters should never be too cautious when dealing with them. No, this was not the first time Saros had hunted Silvermanes. He looked again and again, and finally pulled out a pipe from his pocket. Perhaps it was the joy of having killed the prey. The old uncle, who was always serious, also had a rare look of joy on his face. Although Silvermanes are valuable, no matter how valuable they are, we will not sell them. The old uncle looked at Bai Luo, then patted his shoulder vigorously, his eyes full of expectation and recognition. It is your trophy. From today on, you are the patriarch of the Atón clan, our new leader. Chapter 2 Black Book. The winter snow melted in the warm dawn sun, drops of melted ice dripping from the wooden eaves, leaving gray-black puddles in front of the door. The house was not luxurious, a simple wooden structure, and the interior was small, but it contained a stone table and 2 wooden beds. The floor was bumpy, a simple and impoverished place. Only the walls, covered with stuffed beast skulls, silently spoke of the family's glory and power. Well, the weather is nice today. Bai Luo looked at the silver-maned fur coat hanging on the wall. It was the trophy he, his uncle, and his senior sister had painstakingly brought back 2 months ago. With it, Bai Luo became the village chief of Atón village and the new leader of the Atón people. However, life was not as rosy as he had imagined. Before, when his uncle was in charge, Bai Luo had no idea. Now that he had taken over, he understood the immense pressure on his uncle. Atón village lies deep within the limestone mountains. To leave, one must walk at least 100 miles along mountain roads, a journey that takes a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, the roads are winding and rugged, making them difficult for carriages to navigate. The areas where horses can be used are deep in the mountains and dense forests, making them inaccessible to anyone but an experienced hunter. Consequently, apart from the official soldiers who drop in to collect taxes, merchants actively traveling here are few and far between. Even those who do come will keep prices to a minimum and select light and convenient local products for trade. This is deeply resented by the Arden people, yet they are powerless to do anything about it. It's getting a little warmer, Bai Luo said, adjusting his snow-white wolfskin windbreaker and supporting himself with his cane. But it's still very cold, Bai Luo Arden, a time traveler from Blue Star. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 20 years ago, Bai Luo's soul traveled to this world. He retained the memories of his past life and became a newborn baby. A soul traveled to another world, a new beginning. If only he had a cheat code, Bai Luo felt he could be a winner in life. But sadly, Bai Luo didn't have one. Not only did he lack cheats, but even his parents were killed by bandits when he was only 3 or 4. If his uncle, Saros, hadn't happened to be home visiting, Bai Luo probably would have died too. Hiss, with a still unsteady step, Bai Luo leaped over the dripping water in front of the door, grumbling, "I've been hunting pigs all day, and never thought one day I'd be eaten by a pig." Big brother from afar, Bai Luo heard a cheerful young girl's voice call. He turned to look at the distant slope, a smile on his face. The girl's name was Inya, the younger sister of his senior sister, Isifia. Their father was his uncle's best friend, and they'd shared adventures, forming a life-or-death bond. Before his death, he entrusted his daughters to his uncle. I got it. Inya was dressed in a snow-white wolfskin uniform. It was a pack of snow wolves her uncle had killed during a hunt 3 years ago. While the noble's lackeys outside weren't noticing, he'd given each of the 4 members of Atón's family a warm coat. "Brother, look, did it stab you in the back and break your leg?" Her silver hair was damp with morning dew, and her bright eyes looked at Bai Luo expectantly, like a pet waiting for its master's praise. "You little brat. You're yelling so loudly, aren't you ashamed enough? I killed Silvermane, but a wild boar broke its leg," Bai Luo said, ruffling Inya's hair affectionately. "Is it an honor?" Because Bai Luo had cared for her since she was little, nurturing her from a cradle into the heroic young woman she is today, the brother and sister had a deep bond. For the past week, Inya had been searching for the wild boar that had injured Bai Luo, seeking revenge for her brother. Compared to her sister's prowess, Inya has only been able to hunt rabbits and pheasants, a stark difference. Let's see if it's that one. Inya's personality is simple, a bit silly and cute, but she has always been close to Bai Luo. When her brother was ambushed by a wild boar, Inya couldn't bear it. She would frequently go to the woods, waiting for an opportunity to avenge Bai Luo. Looks like it. The wild boar before Bai Luo looked completely different from the ones he had encountered in his previous life. This wild boar, scientifically known as the tin-toothed beast, is a full-length man, tall and sturdy, but its body is mostly bone, leaving very little edible material. Its most distinctive feature is its 4 sharp silver-white tusks. It was this creature that had injured Bai Luo. Back then, he had single-handedly taken on 8 tin-toothed beasts, killing 7 before being ambushed by this creature. Really, hearing Bai Luo's identification, Inya was overwhelmed with excitement. Her week-long surveillance had paid off. She helped Bai Luo regain his ground. "Ah, indeed. I remember its tusk." Here, with a piece missing, his uncle had taught Bai Luo how to identify wild animals. Bai Luo said helplessly, "Just one? I remember they came in packs, right? Actually, it wasn't me who killed them. It was Dad who did it." 4 in total. Knowing she was about to be exposed, Inya immediately said, "But I contributed, too." Seriously, although she couldn't hit the boar's eyes, she could hit its knees. Inya expressed confidence. "Where's Uncle? Why hasn't he come back?" Bai Luo wasn't worried about Salos's safety. To the Atón clan, this forest was like a backyard, they knew it like a familiar place. Therefore, being bullied by a pig was truly humiliating. He felt that Inya would tease him about it for years. No, with this girl's personality, it might be a lifelong black mark. Dad said he was in trouble. Inya's tone suddenly cooled, and Bai Luo's face turned pale. Them again, Inya didn't elaborate, but how could Bai Luo not know? If he hadn't been injured, he would have been the one to step forward. Saros was old, and now, Bai Luo was the clan leader. The village wasn't having enough to eat. "We barely made it through this winter, and Sister Aletia nearly starved to death," And now they're collecting grain again. Alea was a blind girl in the village, completely dependent on the villagers' support. This year there was heavy snow, and last year's harvest was poor. Then there was the lord outside the village, who cared nothing for his people and repeatedly demanded grain. Alea was the kindest person in the village. Knowing she was a burden, she shared her food with a neighboring orphan sibling. If Bai Luo hadn't discovered this early, she would have nearly starved to death. Inya gritted her teeth in anger, her hand gripping the longbow trembling slightly. Instead of this, it's better, alright, Bai Luo grabbed Inya's hand. He understood the girl's dissatisfaction and anger, but as the new leader, he couldn't take any risks. His youthful days were over. These years of adventure and hardship had taught Bai Luo much and changed him. According to his uncle, Bai Luo was already a qualified clan leader. Did your uncle ask you to bring this wild boar back first? Yes, skin it, clean it, and then share the meat with everyone. I remember that little brother Zester has just recovered from his illness. Let him eat more meat to replenish his body. As he spoke, Bai Luo stroked the girl's silver hair, exerting a little force. Don't be impulsive. No matter what, we have to survive. As long as we are alive, we will see our day of success sooner or later. I understand. Inya was not stupid. She was lively and active, but also very obedient. As the youngest sister in the family, she always put them first, never acting on her own. I want to kill them too. Bai Luo's words were tinged with coldness, but he really had no choice. But we don't have the money. Silvermane, though ferocious, was ultimately just a beast. Bai Luo could kill monsters, but he was powerless against the even more evil humans. Sometimes, the human heart is more terrifying than beasts. No, it doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have the capital. Bai Luo concentrated his consciousness, and a black book floated in front of his eyes. Chapter 3. Is there magic in this world? Bai Luo didn't know what this thing was. His only certainty was that the book appeared after he emerged from his coma, after a wild boar had broken his leg. Bai Luo didn't know the origins of the black book, nor did he know its purpose. But as a time traveler, 20 years later, Bai Luo subconsciously wondered, could this be my belated golden finger? If having his leg broken by a wild boar was the path to awakening the golden finger, Bai Luo regretted it deeply. Why didn't I let the wild boar do it sooner? Brother, Inya was stunned. What capital? Nothing. Bai Luo truly didn't know. He couldn't fathom what this black book was. Perhaps his knowledgeable uncle knew, but subconsciously, Bai Luo felt he couldn't tell anyone about its existence. Like his transmigration, it was Bai Luo's biggest secret, one he hadn't even revealed directly to his family. He often dismissed these strange events as dreams. However, he was no longer the Bai Luo of his previous life. In this life, he was simply Bai Luo Yatin, Inya's older brother, the chief of Yatta village, and their new leader. Let's go home. Bai Luo didn't linger outside for long. He'd only walked around today, and he hadn't recovered yet. Brother, let me help you, come on, it's just a minor injury. He was about to say something harsh, but the excruciating pain made Bai Luo hold back his words. Help me, hiss. Leave that fellow's pig's trotter to me tonight. The Yatin family must wash away their shame with the enemy's pig's trotter. Okay, brother, Inya suppressed a laugh, but still gently helped Bai Luo back to the hut. Squeak. Soon after, a tall figure entered. Uncle, his hair was white, his beard was also silver, and his face was firm. Though old, he inspired trust and reliance. Can Xiao Luo get out of bed today? A minor injury kept me in bed for a week, Bai Luo said with a laugh. What a shame. Did you keep the pig's trotter? The old uncle smiled and changed the subject. The shame of the Atón family must be washed away with the enemy's pig's trotter. It's stewing now. We'll have pig's trotters soon in the corner. A young girl, wearing an apron, stirred the trotters in the pot with a huge wooden spoon. Honestly, the Atón people's cooking skills weren't great, and they didn't have many seasonings. How could wild boar meat without removing the fishy smell be any good? But Bai Luo wasn't picky. For an Atón person, just having a meal was a good thing. There was no room for nitpicking. At noon, at the dinner table. Hiss Inya gnawed fiercely at the pig's trotter. The old uncle and Bai Luo also ate, but only very little. Eat slowly, no one's trying to snatch it from you, Bai Luo said lovingly as he ate the dried venison. The taste was average, but the chewiness was acceptable. The old uncle sat across from him, leaning sideways, smoking silently. Bai Luo knew the village's current situation. The village had a population of 80, mostly women and children. The Atón people hadn't previously lived here, having settled in a larger area. However, the local lords persecuted the Atón people. Repeated wars and punitive expeditions forced the entire Atón clan to fight with their lives. Ultimately, only a handful, led by his uncle, escaped disaster by fleeing into the mountains. Of the 80 people, children under the age of 13 made up the majority. His uncle was the former village chief and the former head of the Atón clan. And he was responsible for the villagers of Atón. After all, if you really counted, almost all the villagers were related by blood. The most complex relationships could stretch back 3, 4, or 5 generations, revealing common great-grandfathers and great-great-grandfathers. Consequently, the Atón people were incredibly close-knit, like an extended family, weathering the storms of the years together. How is everything going now? Bai Luo was the new leader, having inherited the heavy burden from Saros. If it weren't for his injury, Bai Luo would have been responsible for these matters. It's the same as before, nothing's changed. If you can pack it up, pack it up. If you can delay it as long as possible. The old uncle didn't elaborate, perhaps because he didn't want Bai Luo to worry. Right now, his priority was to recover from his injuries. Something, the old uncle could tell Bai Luo was worried. For the past 2 weeks, he'd been hesitant to speak. Considering young people have their own secrets, the old uncle didn't ask much. But this time, Bai Luo's question was clearly written on his face, and the old uncle had to ask. A little, well, Bai Luo said, a little doubtful, about those soldiers today. Or the vendors from 2 days ago. It's been so many years, I'm used to it. If anyone in the village really starves to death, I'll make sure they die with me. Bai Luo said it lightly, but the determination in his words made Inya's eyes light up as she gnawed on a pig's trotter. They were the Atón people, and to outsiders, they were synonymous with ferocious menace. Add me. Add me. I'm going to shoot their heads off, just chew your pig's trotters. Adults are talking, kids, don't interrupt. Bai Luo slapped Inya's little head in annoyance, then looked at his uncle. It's just talk, don't be angry, uncle. Why should you be angry, if you really think it's so good? The uncle said solemnly, puffing on a cigarette. Then do it. You're the leader now. Bai Luo was no weakling. His uncle had ventured forth and fought countless battles. Not only was he a skilled fighter himself, he also taught Bai Luo and his tribes various skills, turning them into exceptional warriors. Unfortunately, due to health problems, his uncle had been in decline for many years. In combat, his uncle taught Bai Luo everything he could. He had nothing left to teach him. I'm old. The legacy of this village, of our Atón clan, will depend on you from now on. The uncle said this casually. Whether Bai Luo performed well or poorly, that was Bai Luo's choice. The worst that can happen is genocide, if you're truly forced to the point of no return, the old uncle said calmly. Remember, leave me ahead. These simple words revealed immense hatred and resentment. Uncle, the old uncle supported Bai Luo. No matter what decision he made, even if it meant leading them to their deaths, the old man would follow without hesitation. A life-saving grace, a life-saving education. If there was anyone in this world Bai Luo was most grateful to, it would definitely be the old man before him. Inya quickly swallowed a wild boar meat. Give it to me. Leave one for me too. The harmonious atmosphere was interrupted by Inya's sudden words. Bai Luo looked at Inya calmly. Up, the girl cowered, quickly burying her face beneath the pig's trotter. I'm eating pig's trotters, eating pig's trotters. Tell me, what's the matter? The old uncle said. I did have some time out there in my youth. I can't claim to be erudite, but I do know a thing or two about common things. What do you want to ask, Xiao Luo? The old uncle wasn't exactly erudite, but having lived with him for nearly 20 years, Bai Luo was well aware of the old man's impressive abilities. Is there magic in this world? Cough, 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 cough. The sudden question made the old uncle choke. He looked at Bai Luo in confusion. Magic, what do you mean? I've never heard of this word. Why are you asking? The term magic was Bai Luo's own invention. The language of this world was different from that of his previous life. It wasn't Chinese or English, but a completely new language. So the old uncle hadn't heard of the word magic, but he did understand its meaning. It must be some kind of magical power. Uncle, you haven't heard of it either. In the dim room, an old man and a young boy sat facing each other at an old gray-black stone table. Bai Luo had always considered his uncle a pioneer of this world. All his knowledge and understanding of it came from this old man. But even Saros had never seen magic, So either this world truly didn't have it, or it was extremely rare. It's not magic. Bai Luo glanced at the black leather notebook in his mind with some confusion. Then what is it? Why do you ask? The old uncle frowned slightly. He asked, did you encounter something? There was a hint of anticipation in his tone as he spoke. Yet, Bai Luo sensed his uncle's fear, the fear of misjudgment and disappointment. No, Bai Luo shifted his attention from the notebook in his mind and said, maybe I'm hallucinating. The old uncle noticed it, but didn't ask. Since Bai Luo wanted to protect the secret, he would help Bai Luo keep it secret. I don't know what magic you are talking about, but if it is a power beyond ordinary people, the old man puffed out mist and said in a deep voice, yes. Chapter 4. This is truly a miracle. It really exists. Bai Luo, what kind of power is it? A miracle. Bai Luo looked at his uncle in surprise. What is a miracle? A sword that releases flames, a pot that pours out gold, a beautiful girl that grows from a fruit, the uncle, controlling the mist, bringing storms, commanding thunder, magic. Bai Luo raised his finger and pointed. That's definitely magic. This truly is a miracle. Bai Luo didn't know how to describe it to his uncle, because in his concept, the word magic didn't exist. Okay, it doesn't matter. Miracle, magic, just a different name. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Have you ever seen a miracle? Yes, the uncle said. The Earl of Thorn territory is a miracle lord who possesses miracles. You're talking about that, Bai Luo quickly said, but isn't that a legend? The Earl of Thorn. Legend has it that his castle is surrounded by thorns because he is protected by thorn goblins. Bai Luo had heard this story from the village elders since he was very young. But Bai Luo had always believed it was just a fairy tale. It's true, the old uncle said, I saw it with my own eyes. The old uncle never spoke without a purpose, and since he said he had seen it, Bai Luo naturally no longer doubted him. No tricks could fool the old man before him. Atón village belonged to the Earldom of Thorns, a vast territory with a population of hundreds of thousands and a powerful aristocracy. Bai Luo had left the village before, exploring the world. Though he had been an ordinary man in his previous life, in this life, Bai Luo could truly be called a warrior. He was strong and outstanding. However, Bai Luo couldn't stay out there forever. His mission was to protect the legacy of the Atón clan. So, every year, Bai Luo would only venture out with his senior sister for about 4 months, collecting supplies useful to the Atón people. But even Bai Luo, despite his years of travel, had never heard of miracles. No, it should be said that he had heard of them. But Bai Luo thought they were fairy tales, so he didn't pay much attention to them. He thought that the light was dark, and he had only realized this today. Is this true? Then why didn't you tell me about miracles before? Miracles are so rare, there's no point in telling. The old uncle shook his head and said, we won't encounter them. Are miracles rare? Very rare, the old uncle said, but they're terrifying. The old uncle's voice was calm, but Bai Luo, who knew him well, knew that he must be recalling unpleasant memories. That's a power beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It's beyond imagination, the old uncle said. Only miracles can defeat miracles. Ordinary people, faced with a miraculous person possessing miraculous power, can only wait for death. Is it that powerful? Very powerful, the old uncle said. At least until the miraculous power is exhausted, it will be extremely difficult for us to defeat them. You can't do it either. Bai Luo knew his uncle's strength, and he could only imagine that there was someone his uncle couldn't defeat. Me, the old uncle didn't say it directly, but simply said self-deprecatingly, I'm only human after all. With that, the old uncle stood up. He didn't question Bai Luo's sudden questioning. Just like over the past decade, whenever Bai Luo had a novel idea, his uncle would silently support him, never exploring it too much. Perhaps in his mind, this child of his was a genius, his pride. So how can one experience a miracle? Bai Luo stood up. Coming into this world, if he could master mysterious powers, then he should definitely give it a try. Inya, standing by, was confused. She didn't quite understand what they were talking about. Forget it, let's just keep chewing on the pig's trotter. The only things in life that shouldn't be wasted are prudence and pig's trotters. They're so delicious. The old uncle looked at Bai Luo, wanting to say something but stopping himself, but ultimately deciding to tell him. He motioned for Bai Luo to follow him out. Afterward, the two of them arrived in the yard. The old uncle looked around and finally settled on a stone on the ground. The old man picked up the stone and said, a miracle can be anything. It can disguise itself. Sometimes, Even the miracle itself doesn't know it's a miracle. Bai Luo listened, then thought carefully. Uncle, what do you mean? Miracles are all around us. Anything could be a miracle. Exactly, the old man said this, discarding the stone. Then, under Bai Luo's gaze, he turned back to look for the stone. See if it's this one. After searching for several minutes, the old man picked up the stone and placed it in Bai Luo's palm again. Bai Luo examined it carefully. Sure enough, it should be the same one. What do you think I did just now, throwing the stone away, then finding it again? Yes, I did something as boring as that, the old man nodded, then threw the stone away again. And to a place he didn't even know, very far away. And what do you think the probability is that we'll find that stone again? After the old man finished speaking, Bai Luo immediately looked in the distance. It seemed to have landed in the forest over 100 meters away. Thinking back to the stone's appearance, it had no distinctive features at all. That's almost impossible, Bai Luo said to his uncle. In such a vast forest, finding such a small stone, and I haven't even memorized its specific characteristics, this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. So, why would they do such a thing? What's the point? Isn't it difficult? Yes. Do you know the history of us Atón people? Bai Luo didn't know anything about Atón history. He had been trained by his uncle since he was a child, learning how to become a strong warrior. He must have learned reading and writing. But history and other things are not practical, so young people rarely come into contact with them. This land once belonged to us, the Atón people. The old uncle revealed something that greatly surprised Bai Luo. Over 800 years ago, the ancestors of the Atón arrived here from another land. For the next 600 years, they worked diligently, spending dozens of generations, and finally built an incredibly powerful kingdom on this land. However, 200 years ago, the current Iron Eagle King usurped the throne, overthrew the rule of the Atón clan, and established a current Iron Eagle Kingdom. You might think the Iron Eagle King is a man of extraordinary talent, starting from scratch and single-handedly defeating our ancestors. He's truly formidable, but I have to tell you, the old uncle said, the Iron Eagle King himself isn't actually very talented. Bai Luo wanted to say that the old uncle's statement was flawed. After all, even a fool knows that the winner is the strongest. Losers, even if they are brilliant, are not praised. Since the Iron Eagle King won, why wouldn't the old uncle recognize him? The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. The old uncle understood this principle. Bai Luo knew his uncle's character well. He was by no means the conceited type. Even facing a crippled foe, his uncle would never underestimate him. Even a lion slays a rabbit with all its might. This was something his uncle had taught Bai Luo since childhood. Because of a miracle, yes, because of a miracle, the uncle said, the Iron Eagle King 200 years ago was just like you and me. No, he wasn't even as good as you and me. Far worse, the uncle said, he was just an ordinary guy from a mountain village, an uneducated, illiterate, and without the slightest ambition. At this point, the uncle betrayed no resentment. He smoked calmly, as if recounting a story about someone completely unrelated to him. Chapter 5, Stones Everywhere. One day, he was out and about, bored, and picked up an ordinary stone. Then, just like we did before, he tossed it aside, not even knowing where he had lost it. However, after losing the stone, perhaps the Iron Eagle King was insane, but he inexplicably thought the stone was quite valuable and returned to search for it. He found it, but soon lost it again. Bai Luo listened, feeling awkward. This was already a dark story. And then he went back to look for it again. Yes, the old man nodded, and Bai Luo was completely bewildered by the story. Wasn't this guy just too boring? But if you think about it, there are indeed many people like this in real life. Even many of us have done similar boring things in our childhood. He lost it 3 times, the first time under the grass, the second time in the river, and the third time in the forest, the old man said. And the incredible thing is, he found it all 3 times. He had clearly lost it somewhere he didn't know, yet he found it each time. And so, the miraculous power hidden within the stone was awakened. It turned out that the stone was a miracle, requiring specific conditions to activate. The condition was to drop it 3 times to an unknown location and then retrieve it 3 times. Once this condition was met, it would awaken from an ordinary stone into a miracle. Thus, the Iron Eagle King, relying on the miracle he had found, wielded its immense power to destroy the 600-year-long efforts of the Atón clan, the labor of dozens of generations, and the entire Atón kingdom. Did the Iron Eagle King know that the stone was a miracle? No, he didn't. No one can know a miracle is a miracle before it awakens. Just as one wouldn't believe that the toilet they've been sitting on for over a decade could be a treasure, if you harbor such doubts, it simply means you have a vivid imagination. Every miracle is unique. Only by finding it and then doing exactly what meets the conditions for its awakening can it become a miracle. So, the uncle looked at Bai Luo and asked, "What do you think is the probability of someone experiencing a miracle?" After listening to the uncle's story, Bai Luo thought carefully and said, "If we focus on a specific person, like us, the probability of a miracle happening right next to us is already very low, because, according to what you said, Uncle, a stone, a blade of grass, even the tables and chairs we use could be miracles, but we don't know what a miracle is, and there's no way to prove it except by awakening it. The first step to awakening a miracle is to discover it unconsciously, which has a 1 in 10,000 probability," Bai Luo said. "And we just happen to do what meets the conditions, over and over again. It's like winning the lottery. It's truly difficult for one person to discover a single miracle. But miracles can indeed be discovered. With so many people in the world, all kinds of things happen every day, no matter how bizarre or incomprehensible. There's always someone who happens to receive a miracle and happens to do something that awakens the power of a miracle. This is entirely possible. It's like in Bai Luo's past life, every time the lottery was drawn, there was always one or more winners, but when it came to Bai Luo, well, Bai Luo had never won the lottery, not even a consolation prize. To obtain a miracle, it's not about wisdom or talent, but luck. So, those who can obtain miracles are blessed by nature, the chosen ones. The uncle didn't acknowledge the Iron Eagle King's talent, but he was blessed by heaven. Even the uncle had to acknowledge this. The Iron Eagle King was the protagonist, while the uncle and Bai Luo were just two insignificant passers-by. Not even supporting roles. What's that? Bai Luo was confused. For the first time, he understood the rules of this world. Then what's the point of us training hard every day and studying so hard? The answer was, it was nothing. The uncle was the perfect example. From a purely mortal perspective, the uncle had reached heights Bai Luo couldn't even imagine. But he wasn't lucky enough to find a miracle. So, no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. I don't tell you about miracles because I don't want you to waste your life searching for them. There are so many people in this world who, having heard legends of miracles, have dreamed of them since their youth, desperately searching for them, even focusing their attention on a single stone. In the end, they waste their time and find nothing. Seeking miracles is different from chasing dreams. The latter can be built on a solid foundation through hard work and perseverance. But the search for miracles is truly baffling. It's like Bai Luo's previous life, when someone pinned their hopes on winning the lottery, then spent their entire lives doing nothing but buying lottery tickets. If the lottery had patterns, it would be fine, and eventually something could be discovered. But miracles. The awakening of miracles has no patterns. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. How many stones, plants, and animals are there in the world? It's not even a matter of luck, but destiny, whether you have the privilege or not. A pie in the sky falls, and it just happens to land on your head, that's all. Uncle, you don't really want to tell me, do you? Bai Luo understood his uncle's intention. If I find a miracle one day, you'll tell me. But if I never find one, there's no need to dwell on it. It's just adding to my worries. Did you find it? No need to answer. The uncle smiled and patted Bai Luo's shoulder. He didn't ask any more questions. Do what you want. Ask me if you have any questions. I'm old, and this is all I can do for you now. Then, without waiting for Bai Luo to say anything, the uncle left. He would go back into the mountains this afternoon to continue searching for prey and bring back as much as he could. Atón village was truly impoverished. What they needed most right now was food. Only with sufficient food could the people of Atón thrive, instead of the current state of malnutrition where so many people were. Dad, wait for me. I'm coming too. Inya wiped her mouth, then picked up her bow and arrow, quickly following her uncle into the mountains. Without her father, Inya could only shoot rabbits. Only by following her father could she gain assists and find opportunities to grab kills. Uncle, he is still uncle after all. Bai Luo watched the two people's backs as they walked away. The uncle didn't ask much because Bai Luo was no longer a child. Since he didn't want to say, he must have his own considerations. And that's enough. Young people should go their own way. The experience of old men can only be used as a reference. This thing should be the miracle that uncle said. Bai Luo looked at the black book floating in his consciousness. He frowned. Although the pie in the sky fell on me, what use are you? Chapter 6 Gold is a good harvest, silver is diligence. Swish, swish, swish. The black book flipped open in Bai Luo's mind. 10 pages in total, each one blank. Only 10 pages? No, there should be more than 10. Bai Luo didn't know how he came to this judgment, but he just felt that the black book had more than 10 pages. The reason he could only open 10 pages now was because its power had not yet fully awakened. But I have no idea what it's used for. Bai Luo stroked his chin, sitting on the bed, his deep thought in a way that to outsiders looked like a daze. Hey, can you speak, weapon spirit? Is the weapon spirit here? Where's the system? Is there a system? Activate the system. Bai Luo tried many things, almost trying every method he knew from his previous life to activate the golden finger. Unfortunately, nothing worked. Bai Luo also wanted to acknowledge the book with a drop of blood, but the book was in his mind, and he couldn't do it. This is over. Could this book be a fake miracle? Bai Luo's uncle had told him about many kinds of miracles, including powerful treasures and all sorts of bizarre creatures, but Bai Luo had never heard his uncle mention something like the black book. Suddenly, just as Bai Luo was fretful over the black book's power, the pages began to turn, reaching the first page. On the page that should have been blank, a text appeared. Gold represents a good harvest, silver represents diligence. When you open it, you may not receive a harvest, but you will definitely receive the hope of a harvest. 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds p.m. What is this? Bai Luo had no idea what it meant. It was like a riddle. The time after that was a countdown, decreasing with every passing minute. There was also a compass. So you're a map. Bai Luo was confused. He wanted to ask his uncle if there were any map-like miracles. With the elders by his side, their vast experience at his disposal, he was still foolish enough to wander around blindly. But now that his uncle wasn't around, Bai Luo had to explore on his own. Whatever, let's go take a look. Bai Luo wanted to follow the compass's direction. If it was far away, like some deep mountain forest, then in Bai Luo's current state, he definitely wouldn't go. He had to wait until his uncle and Inya returned, and under their protection, the three of them could explore together. As for how to explain it then, his uncle trusted him unconditionally, and Inya was completely obedient to Bai Luo's every word. Do I need a reason? Do I, Bai Luo, need a reason to go out and wander around? Hiss! But the next moment, Bai Luo felt a sharp pain in his wound. Things are different now. I need to take my weapons first. Bai Luo strapped a cross sword, once used by his uncle in his youth, to his waist and two long-range throwing axes to his back. Then, leaning on his crutches, he limped in the direction indicated by the compass. Slow down, Maya. On the grassy slope, two children walked one after the other. Bai Luo recognized them. The older boy was named Zester, and the other was named Maya. They were the orphaned brother and sister whom Bai Luo had mentioned earlier. The blind girl Inya had helped. I told you, brother, you're carrying too much. Maya quickly put down her backpack and shared some pig grass from Zester's with her. How can it be too much? It's just this little. I'm a man, okay, stop trying so hard. Maya was saying this when she suddenly realized someone was calling her. Brother Bai Luo. Maya spotted Bai Luo and hurried over, leaving Zester, who was standing nearby, with a helpless look on his face. No, can't you share a little more? It's very heavy. Hey, little Maya, good afternoon. Bai Luo looked at the little girl, about 8 or 9 years old, who ran up to him. He gently stroked Maya's head. You picked so much pig grass today. Pig grass is used to feed the village's wild pigs, which are similar to domestic pigs. Humans can't eat it, but wild pigs, as omnivores, are not picky and will eat anything. The only problem is that wild boars, unlike domestic pigs, have a poor reproductive capacity, making captive breeding a poor investment. We went out to pick them early this morning, and this is already the third batch. Maya was just a girl, and still young, not yet ready for warrior training, so she could only do what she could. She's like Inya back then. Bai Luo smiled. Have you had lunch? We brought a pancake when we left this morning. My brother and I each had half. Zester was older than Maya, 10 years old, but he was frail and weak, even weaker than his sister. Brother Bai Luo. Zester also noticed Bai Luo by then, and he admired him greatly. Is your injury okay? Had the story of being gored by a pig spread throughout the martial arts world? It's just a minor injury, and I've almost recovered. His leg still hurt quite a bit, but Bai Luo couldn't afford to lose face in front of the two children, even if it hurt like hell. How about you? Bai Luo also touched Zeuster's head. The child was underdeveloped and extremely short. Is the medicine you gave me last time still working? Much better. Thank you, Brother Bai Luo. The last time Zeuster fell ill, Bai Luo heard that a certain herb was good for him, so he worked tirelessly for 3 days and 3 nights, traversing mountains and crossing dangerous forests to bring him the medicine. It wasn't just this time. Every time Zeuster fell ill, Bai Luo had been the one to find the herb. Although they had lost their parents when they were young, Bai Luo was like a father and brother to the boy and his sister. Where are you going, Brother Bai Luo? Maya looked curiously in the direction Bai Luo was heading. There seemed to be farmland there, but it was still empty because it hadn't been planted yet. Since we can get to the fields today, we're going out for a walk. The two children had wanted to accompany Bai Luo, seemingly concerned about his injuries. But they had a mission ahead, to deliver pig grass. You guys go back. I'm going for a walk nearby. It'll help my leg. Got it. The two children were innocent and trusted Bai Luo deeply, so they turned and left. Keep going. Bai Luo continued forward, but soon came upon a stream. The water wasn't deep, only up to a man's neck, but Bai Luo's injuries hadn't healed yet, so wading across it was impossible. If he fell, the consequences would be disastrous. Is this the end? Standing by the river, Bai Luo sighed and thought to himself, maybe I'll have to find my uncle and little sister to explore with me. Suddenly, Bai Luo noticed a change in the black book. The compass had reversed its direction. It was like a needle, supposed to point north, had encountered a magnet. No matter how Bai Luo walked, the needle would point to the same place. The needle could only have reversed its direction. Bai Luo had passed his destination. So he immediately turned around and, using a circular method, finally located the location. It's gone. The needle disappeared, replaced by a map with a small red dot and a large blue dot on it. Chapter 7 I'm hungry. The blue dot should be Bai Luo himself, so what about the red dot? Where is it? This compass pointed me here, and then what? Bai Luo looked around, but found nothing. Is it above or below? There was nothing above his head, so it could only be underground. And during the pain of bending over, Bai Luo searched at his feet. Is it in the soil? Not seeing anything under his feet, Bai Luo began to pick at the soil, digging it up. Just then, Bai Luo's fingers touched something. What is this? Lifting the object from the soil, Bai Luo discovered it was a bag, about the same size as an ancient sachet. Shaking the dirt off the bag, Bai Luo examined it carefully. But after turning it over and over, inside and out, he still couldn't figure out what it was. Just an ordinary bag? No, Bai Luo, since the black book told me to find something, it must be more than that. Could it be some unawakened miracle? Bai Luo weighed the bag in his hand, and he thought of what his uncle had said before. A miracle could be anything. Bai Luo immersed his consciousness in his mind, only to see that the first page of the black book was still open, and the countdown after the sentence had not disappeared. It was still beating steadily. Bai Luo was stunned. He looked down at the bag in his hand. Even though I have found this bag, the countdown continues. Is it because I haven't awakened its power and become the master of the miracle? The map is gone. To prove his point, Bai Luo glanced at the map he had been on. Sure enough, it was gone. The direction and location have all disappeared. What this meant was self-evident. Bai Luo had found what the black book indicated. So, you can help me find a miracle? Is it a map-like miracle that points to the location of a miracle? Bai Luo began to speculate about the black book's purpose. But even if I find it, it's no use. His uncle had said that a miracle only becomes a miracle when awakened, otherwise, it's just an ordinary thing. How exactly do I awaken this pocket? If I simply tried, there would be billions of ways to do it. To have this much luck in just 24 hours would be ridiculous. That's impossible. Just as Bai Luo was puzzled, more words appeared on the black book. The words changed. You found it, but it's still it. It's not yours, so what? Maybe you could try talking to it, like, I'm hungry. Bai Luo was confused. What did this mean? Another riddle? But Bai Luo hadn't cracked the first sentence yet. I found it, but it's still it. It's not yours. This sentence wasn't difficult to understand, as it was a clue that the pocket hadn't been awakened. If the first sentence was a question, then the second sentence seems to be the answer. So what should I do? This sentence was clearly the Black Book's way of teasing out the answer. Talk to it, say I'm hungry. Bai Luo looked at the pocket in his hand. Although he thought it was a bit strange to say I'm hungry to a pocket, the conditions for awakening a miracle were already bizarre. If it could allow Bai Luo to obtain a miracle, then it would be bizarre. So, Bai Luo whispered to the pocket in his palm, I'm hungry. A second passed, and the pocket didn't move. 30 seconds passed, and the pocket still didn't move. I'm hungry. This time, Bai Luo's voice was much louder, even with a hint of desire. But unfortunately, it was still no use. The pocket just didn't move. Bai Luo scratched his head awkwardly. Didn't I already tell it I'm hungry? Did I misunderstand? So, Bai Luo tried different ways to talk to the pocket. From speaking it himself, to asking it if it was conscious, and then starting to call it softly. However, no matter what Bai Luo did, he couldn't get the pocket to respond. The pocket was still the same pocket, still so worn and dirty. Swish, swish, by the river, Bai Luo washed the pocket. He wanted to clean it a bit, hoping to find some spell or other on it. Still nothing. After washing it, Bai Luo discovered that the pocket was actually quite beautiful. It was brown with golden lines, and a silver string held it together, giving it the appearance of a treasure. So what if it's a treasure? I don't know what you are, or how to use it. Bai Luo scratched his head, truly troubled this time. Helplessly, Bai Luo refocused his attention on the Black Book. This book was the cause of today's incident. It had guided Bai Luo to find the pocket, and Bai Luo had successfully found it. This showed that the Black Book was truly a miracle. Then, the Black Book said 3 sentences. The first sentence was probably a description of the pocket. The second sentence told Bai Luo that the pocket could not be used because it did not yet belong to him. As for the countdown, Bai Luo felt that it was probably the time limit for the pocket to recognize him as its master. Once the time was up, Bai Luo didn't know what would happen to the pocket, but it certainly wouldn't be good. It might just vanish with a bang. Wait, suddenly, Bai Luo recaptured the first sentence. Gold represents a good harvest, silver represents diligence. When you open it, you may not receive a harvest, but you'll definitely receive the hope of a harvest. Gold represents a good harvest, silver represents diligence. When you open it, Bai Luo immediately thought of something. He untied the silver string, pried open the bag, and peered into the sunlight. Just as he'd inspected it before, it was completely empty. Even after cleaning it, he found no patterns or writing. But that wasn't the key. The key was that Bai Luo understood what to do. Say to it. Bai Luo stared at the bag's opening, then slowly brought his mouth closer to it, whispering, I'm hungry. Boom. Almost as soon as Bai Luo finished speaking, the golden veins and silver threads on the pocket glowed simultaneously. The pocket emanated a golden and silver light, humming and vibrating in Bai Luo's hand. Then, Bai Luo watched as the lines on the pocket spread across his palm, weaving a mysterious and bizarre pattern of gold and silver across his right arm. Gradually, the pattern began to fade, eventually disappearing from Bai Luo's skin. This scene left Bai Luo stunned. This is magic. This is definitely magic. The pocket returned to its calm state, though dimmer than before. Now, the pocket was incredibly beautiful and exquisite, radiating light, a sight that would have anyone who saw it believing it was no ordinary object, but a treasure. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, First Holy Bag. You've found it, you've obtained it. Now, it's time to think about how to use it. How to use it. Bai Luo noticed a countdown on the Black Book had vanished, replaced by another line of text below, followed by a second. Perhaps you should think about the delicious food you've eaten. Who knows, there might be a surprise. Delicious food you've eaten. A surprise. Bai Luo knew the Black Book was hinting at how to use the pocket. Just like it had helped him find the pocket and then contract it. Yes, contracted the pocket. Just now, Bai Luo could feel the connection between himself and the pocket. Bai Luo subconsciously knew that this pocket belonged to him. No one but him could use it, nor could anyone take it away. Even if Bai Luo discarded the pocket, a single thought would return it to him. Even if it was destroyed, Bai Luo could always reshape it. This information was fed back to him by the pocket after he contracted it, information that every master of miracles must receive. Is this a miracle, eh? So now I've found a miracle too. Bai Luo was feeling a bit strange. He felt like he should be excited. But because the process of obtaining it was so simple, it felt unreal, like a dream. It was like a cheat. Bai Luo didn't rely on luck, but just said I'm hungry to his pocket and activated it. He simply followed the prompts from the black book, then analyzed and pondered. No matter what, I just found the miracle. The method didn't matter, what mattered was the result. Bai Luo relied on the black book's guidance to find a miracle, his second miracle. But the black book was too strange. His pocket had clearly given Bai Luo a lot of information, but the black book didn't react at all. Forget it, let's think about this miracle first. The black book was mysterious, and Bai Luo couldn't understand it. His first priority now should be to explore the pocket's functions. Perhaps you should think about the delicious food you've eaten. Maybe there will be some surprises. Looking at this hint, Bai Luo stroked his chin and pondered, what does delicious food I've eaten mean? Is it that if I think of a certain food, it will fall out of my pocket? The opening in the pocket wasn't large, but perhaps, like Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket, it could pull out food regardless of its size. After all, it was a miracle, anything was possible. Never mind, let's try it first. Bai Luo came from Blue Planet, so he'd naturally eaten a lot. The abundance of food in his mind, I wouldn't say it surpassed anyone else in this world, but it was definitely much more than that of the people of Atón. I want to eat, Bai Luo pondered for a moment, feeling a bit overwhelmed by choice, but finally gritted his teeth and said, I want a roasted whole chicken. Give me a golden crispy chicken. However, the pocket didn't budge. Bai Luo tried reaching inside, then turned it over, but still nothing. Did I make the wish the wrong way? Bai Luo opened the pocket and said to the opening, I'm hungry. I want a roasted whole chicken. Still nothing. His previous anticipation for the 10 pages of miracles now tinged with frustration. If you're capable, just say no. Why make it a riddle and bother him? Is this just taking advantage and then acting like a spoilsport? Bai Luo cursed himself silently. The black book's ability to find miracles was already quite impressive. Never mind. I'll solve the puzzle. I'll solve it. Bai Luo tried a few more times, thinking of delicious dishes he'd eaten in his past life, but each time he failed. It doesn't make sense. Why is this happening? Bai Luo continued to ponder, focusing on the first sentence that appeared. Gold represents a good harvest, silver represents diligence. It sounds a bit like farming. Thinking of this, Bai Luo looked at his pocket again and realized that the thing it could pour out couldn't be a roasted chicken. It was so small. Could this pocket possibly be used to pour out some grain? But I think I also thought of some vegetarian dishes. Could it be too complicated? Some dishes might have too many ingredients, more than one, making the pocket unable to grasp his meaning. It was like a treasure porridge, with so much inside. Let's try it. Bai Luo's mind was filled with fragrant white rice, and he said to his pocket, I'm hungry, I want white rice. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Luo felt the pocket in his hand grow heavier. It's getting heavier. Swish. Almost subconsciously, Bai Luo turned the pocket upside down, and rice grains poured out like a small waterfall. Hey? More? More. The rice kept pouring, and Bai Luo just kept holding it. Soon, the falling rice grains piled up in front of him, forming a knee-high mountain. Any more? Is it over? Bai Luo tried to pour it again, but the rice in his pocket seemed to be exhausted. No matter how he swung it downwards, no rice grains came out. This thing is so interesting. How does it work? Bai Luo looked at the brown-yellow rice grains piled up beside him. They were not white rice, but rice grains that had not yet been stripped of the chaff. Bai Luo roughly estimated that if the hulls were removed, the bag would yield about 70 kilograms of rice. In other words, 100 kilograms of rice had been emptied from the bag. The Iron Eagle Kingdom's measurement units were complex and inconsistent. With his uncle's support, Atón adopted Bai Luo's proposed system, using grams, caddies, and kilograms. Does it only yield 100 kilograms from a single grain, or only 100 kilograms in total? Bai Luo continued to try, but no matter what crop he imagined, the bag wouldn't yield anything. It looks like it should only yield 100 kilograms in total. Oh no, it shouldn't be rice. Bai Luo's 70 kilograms of rice was a miscalculation, as the ratio of paddy to rice is roughly 10:7, meaning about 30% will be bran. While bran is edible, it's generally used to feed horses and livestock. We should pour in 100 kilograms of mung beans, soybeans, and red beans. That would be 100 kilograms of real food. Bai Luo immediately pondered the value of the bag and realized that its capacity could at least solve the current food and clothing problems of the Atón people. A person needs about half a pound of food per day, along with other meats and fruits. The Atón people aren't short on meat. Hunting in the mountains, 80 people can easily feed themselves, and they also have vegetables. But staple foods like rice, starchy foods that provide carbohydrates for humans, are extremely scarce. But now, with 100 kilograms of food per day, Bai Luo could feed not only 80 people, but even 400. Bai Luo returned his attention to the black book. At some point, the text on the black book disappeared, replaced by something that looked like a list of attributes: holy bag of first moments, contract, Shiroatan rank, lowest type, miracle item faction. Age of Twilight ability 1, imagine a crop you've eaten, and you can pour out seeds and fruit up to the size of your thumb. However, you can only pour out 100 kilograms per day. Contract, find a bag and say I'm hungry to it. Usage, think of food and turn the bag upside down to release the seeds and fruit. Please give me some recommendations. Thank you very much. Chapter 9 The Future of Atón. Holy Bag of First Buds, is that the name of this treasure? Bai Luo, the rank is the lowest. Miracles also have ranks? Then, based on that, there should be lower, middle, upper, and so on, but lowest, the lowest rank. Bai Luo had originally thought that I'm hungry was a required command. Now it seemed that it was a condition of the contract, and once the contract was fulfilled, such trouble would be unnecessary. A miracle that can pour out seeds and small fruits. This ability is quite interesting, but its use. Wait, suddenly, Bai Luo realized something. No, he quickly squatted down and grabbed a handful of rice. This seems to be. Bai Luo examined it carefully, and suddenly, Bai Luo realized the true purpose of this bag, artifact. This thing is an artifact. Bai Luo could not mistake these rice grains. They were the same type of rice that Bai Luo had eaten in his previous life. Hybrid rice. And some conventional rice I've tasted before. If Bai Luo were still an ordinary person in his previous life, having never worked in the fields, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between grains of rice. But Bai Luo had lived in this world for 20 years, and he was well versed in the crops and had worked in the fields himself. He could tell at a glance that these rice varieties were exceptional. While hybrid rice couldn't be saved for seed and required specialized cultivation, the basic varieties were there, and there would be a way to find a way. Moreover, there were conventional rice varieties. While their yields weren't as good as hybrid rice, their taste far surpassed it. As long as they could eat their fill, Bai Luo recommended the Atón people to grow conventional rice. The Atón people, as well as the people of the Iron Eagle Kingdom, cultivated a crop called golden wheat. It resembled wheat, so named because of its golden color. However, it wasn't very tasty and needed to be ground into powder. The resulting product was like a paste, with a very poor texture. As for yield, it yielded approximately 150 kilograms per mu 150 kilograms. Even with 2 crops per year, an acre of land would only yield 300 kilograms. The soil in Atón village is poor, producing only about 200 kilograms of golden wheat each year. With such a low yield, coupled with heavy taxes, it might not even be enough to feed a single person. Bai Luo lacked modern fertilizers, but the quality of modern rice guaranteed its strength. Even without fertilizer, it couldn't possibly be inferior to the golden wheat. Of course, before the harvest, Bai Luo had no idea how much food would grow from these rice grains as seeds. Not just rice, but also tomatoes, sweet potatoes, potatoes reproduce in tubers, but that doesn't mean they don't have seeds. If the pocket could pour out the seeds of every plant Bai Luo had ever eaten, Bai Luo could imagine a miracle that can feed people. This thing, a divine artifact. This pocket is truly an agricultural artifact. With time, Bai Luo could even bring most of the crops from his previous life to this world. With the seeds, we can plant the first crops, and then breed them. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment. But what if the seeds are stolen? If Bai Luo poured out the seeds and grew crops, and outsiders stole some of the food, wouldn't that improve his agricultural capabilities? The first bud holy bag seemed to sense Bai Luo's concerns and gave him some information in return. Can I order the seeds poured out of the bag to grow only where I specify? Miracles belong to their owners and only obey their owners' commands. So, if Bai Luo stipulated that the seeds poured out of the bag, and the descendants of future crops, could only grow within the boundaries of that village, then even if they were sold, outsiders would be unable to successfully cultivate them. Miracle, that's thoughtful. Bai Luo hadn't expected the first bud holy bag to have such power. Power that belongs to only one person. No wonder the one who possesses a miracle is called the Master of Miracles. I see. Bai Luo had always worried about the Atón people's food shortage. Now with this bag, the food it pours out every day could solve their urgent needs. Once the planting is successful, the harvest will be expanded, giving Bai Luo ample food reserves. Too many people in the Iron Eagle Kingdom are starving and freezing due to the harsh criticism of their superiors. Bai Luo can easily win them over with food, and then gradually expand his power. Let's go back and discuss this with Uncle. Bai Luo chose to conceal the existence of the Black Book, but there was no need to hide this pocket, and it was impossible to do so. Uncle and Inya were Bai Luo's most trusted people. Even if the entire world betrayed Bai Luo, they would remain steadfast by his side. After the initial discomfort of cheating, Bai Luo was now happy, even a little excited. He had obtained the miracle his uncle had said was so difficult to obtain, transforming from an ordinary person into a miracle master wielding a divine artifact. Especially now that he knew the pocket's power, it was a perfect match for him, a time traveler. Imagine if someone else had obtained the first moment holy pouch, what would they be able to pour out? It couldn't improve crops, that still depended on their own efforts. But the crops Bai Luo had eaten in his previous life had been specially cultivated by countless modern agronomists. That's not all. Bai Luo looked at the Black Book, the blank space between pages 2 and 10. Does this mean it can help me find even more miracles? Thinking of this possibility, Bai Luo couldn't help but smile. Don't get too excited. After all, we don't know if it's what I imagine. Stay calm, stay steady. Don't act recklessly. The appearance of the golden finger had made Bai Luo excited, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. 20 years after arriving in this world, Bai Luo was no longer the ordinary person he had been in his previous life. He took a deep breath and regained his usual composure. Now, we have to find a way to get this rice back. Bai Luo couldn't abandon these 100 kilograms of rice. Not to mention the poverty of the Atón people, even if they were rich, they couldn't afford such a treasure. But I'm not very convenient right now, and I don't have a container. If he hadn't been injured, Bai Luo could carry 100 kilograms, 200 pounds, with one hand and walk 10 miles without blushing or getting out of breath. But now, injured, Bai Luo felt his will was insufficient. So, he planned to return to the village and have someone bring the grain back. As for whether to distribute it immediately to the Atón people, and how to divide it, Bai Luo planned to ask his uncle. Brother Bai Luo. Just as Bai Luo was thinking this, Maya, who had left earlier, came running back. The little girl was very close to Inya. When she was 3 or 4 years old, she would often follow the girl and play with Inya. So, Maya and Bai Luo were also very close. Maya, Bai Luo smiled. You're just in time. Can you find someone to help me carry this stuff back? Bai Luo's leg was still injured. His arms were strong enough to carry the weight, but walking was too difficult. What is this, brother Bai Luo? Maya noticed a pile of grain beside Bai Luo 100 kilograms. For an 8 or 9-year-old girl, it wasn't just a matter of whether it was heavy or not, it could crush her to death. Even with the strength of an Atón person, little Maya couldn't possibly lift it. How heavy was 100 kilograms? A bucket of mineral water, the big ones you see at water dispensers, weighs about 18 kilograms. In other words, the rice here is about the same as 6 buckets of mineral water. And this place is about a kilometer away from Bai Luo's home. Maya alone wouldn't be able to carry it all back. Well, Bai Luo didn't know how to explain the rice. Golden droplet grows differently from rice. And last year, the village's yield of golden droplet per mu was only 50 kilograms, and it's all gone now. This is a new kind of grain I've discovered. Ask the children in the village to bring it back for me. I'll treat you tonight. Bai Luo asked the children for help because they were simple-minded. Even if they ate the rice, they would just think it was a new treat and wouldn't think much of it. Bai Luo wasn't wary of the Atón people, he just didn't know how to explain it to them. His uncle was knowledgeable, so he would have to wait until he returned and consulted the old man before making any decisions. Bai Luo was no longer impulsive. When he went on an adventure, he couldn't help himself and killed a profiteer, forcing himself and his senior sister to flee for days. Since then, Bai Luo has tried to think twice before taking any action. Of course, that's as long as it doesn't cross Bai Luo's line. If his patience truly reaches its limit, Bai Luo will still resort to killing. No, I'll go find Abaddon and my brother right now. Maya wouldn't accept the food. She was more than happy to help Bai Luo. After all, it had been Bai Luo who had taken care of them all these years. Okay, go ahead, Bai Luo didn't insist. He patted the girl's head and watched her leave. Soon, Maya brought a boy, and her brother, Shuster, along with him. Moving things, Shuster paled at the thought of moving more things. He was too frail to handle such a task. Haha, it's just moving things. What are you afraid of, Shuster? Abaddon was 10 years old. Although he was the same age as Shuster, he was incredibly strong and the king of the village. Of course, Abaddon wasn't Fat Tiger. He was kind and meticulous, and despite his young age, even his uncle praised him, saying he had the bearing of a great general. Brother Bai Luo, is that all this? What is this? Abaddon asked, filling a cloth bag with rice. Zis and Maya, help me pick up any small grains that have fallen. Pick them up. The Atón people were poor, so they prized food, never sparing even a single grain. Abaddon didn't know what rice was, but this thing looked very similar to golden wheat, so he assumed it was also food. If it was food, it shouldn't be wasted, a virtue of the Atón people. Don't worry, Abaddon smiled at Zist. This little bit is enough for me alone. Abaddon knew Zist was in poor health. Whenever he fainted, Abaddon would carry him back. As a fellow Atonian, though only 10 years old, Abaddon possessed strength far greater than that of an average adult, a testament to his talent. In another 5 or 6 years, when Abaddon is fully grown, he will surely become a powerful general under Shiro's command. Maya, the same goes for you. Put it all in one bag. Abaddon, incredibly strong, single-handedly took on the task of carrying the rice back. I'll bring the bags, too. Give me that one. Shiro, though injured, was no pushover. Abaddon said, Brother Shiro, you're injured. Leave these things to us. Like the Shuster siblings, Abaddon was an orphan, surviving thanks to Shiro and the others' care. He wanted to repay their kindness, but Shiro was so strong and Abaddon so small they couldn't help much. So, even if it was just a small favor, the boy wanted to give more. Hey, that's pretty heavy, 100 kilograms, even in a large sack, took 3 full bags. Abaddon, unfazed, carried the entire load on his back, his stride now vigorous and powerful. The little brat from before has grown up. Bai Luo watched him trot forward, as if seeing himself in the past. Remember, my uncle trained me the same way back then. He looked at Shuster, the boy gazing at Abaddon, the envy in his eyes clear to Bai Luo. The bloodline of the Atonians was far superior to that of ordinary people. When Bai Luo first crossed over, he had assumed that this was the average level of this world. It wasn't until he ventured out into the world that he experienced the thrill of crushing them. The Atonians were powerful, natural warriors. If it weren't for their poverty, small population, and lack of access to weapons and equipment, they wouldn't have fared so poorly. Of course, the most crucial factor was the harsh criticism and persecution of the Iron Eagle Kingdom's nobles. He hadn't known the history of the Atonians before, but now, after hearing from his uncle, Bai Luo finally understood the reason. The Earl of Thorns, the Iron Eagle Kingdom, the Iron Eagle King. Bai Luo suppressed his thoughts and walked at the front of the group, bringing Shuster and little Maya with him, heading towards the village. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at Bai Luo's home. Abaddon placed a bag of rice at Bai Luo's house, and then together with Maya, carefully helped Bai Luo to sit down in the house. Afterwards, the 3 children found some sacks, packed the rice in batches, and tied them tightly. Only then did they send the rest of the rice, except for a small bag, to the underground warehouse of Bai Luo's house. Next time you have errands, call me, Brother Bai Luo. After finishing the work, Abaddon was not tired at all. Instead, he was in high spirits and wanted to work for another 3 days and 3 nights. Me too, little Maya raised her hands happily, and so did Zuster. The shy boy mustered up the courage. If it's not too heavy, I can help. The current population of Atón is mostly children, and Abaddon is a representative of them. This is a new generation that is eager to grow up quickly and do their part to protect the village and their families. They are the future of the people of Atón. Readers who are interested in this book can join the group. 874,335,005. Chapter 10 Seeking Recommendations. I'm begging for recommendation votes. Please give me some recommendations if you pass by. Before the release, the editor stipulated that I could only update 4-6,000 words a day, but after the release, it was free. So when the release is launched, for every 1,000 recommendation votes, I will add one chapter. There is no upper limit. I beg for recommendation votes, please. Chapter 11, You Are My King. Brother, we got something. Before anyone even entered the door, Inya's shouting was heard from afar. It seemed that they had caught a lot of prey. Because if there was no harvest, the girl would be like a rabbit, quietly entering the door without saying a word. On the contrary, if she caught a lot, you could hear her shouting from a mile away. Well, this girl's thoughts were really easy to guess. Bang! Inya pushed the door open, and because she pushed too hard, the wooden door hit the wall hard. Brother, look, they are tusk rabbits, 3 of them. I caught them all by myself. Seeing the girl's face full of come and praise me, Bai Luo smiled and touched her head. Where's your uncle? What? Just like that, Inya was unhappy. She had been in the mountains for so long, but Bai Luo didn't ask her about her heroic hunting process, but only asked about her uncle. Come on, something's up. It's really something. Bai Luo patted the girl's head, and Inya said with satisfaction, Dad, I'm looking for you. The old man, carrying a large bundle of firewood, walked lightly into the fenced yard and set it down. What's up? Bai Luo, unsure of what to say, invited the two in and closed the door behind him. His cautious demeanor made even Inya grow serious. Take a look at this. Bai Luo opened the small sack he had left behind and pulled out a bowl of golden millet, which he held out to the two. What is this? Inya curiously grabbed one and held it before her eyes, pondering. It looks like golden wheat, but the smell is wrong, and it's much bigger. Dad, do you know what this is? I haven't seen it either. The old uncle was always knowledgeable, but even he had never seen this crop from another world. Where did you find this, Bai Luo? The old man frowned, curious, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, as if he was delighted by new knowledge. Bai Luo didn't want to lie to them, but telling the truth would expose many things, such as his identity as a time traveler and the Black Book. Fortunately, Bai Luo had said something similar before, so he wouldn't be left without a solution. I found this thing. Bai Luo took out the Chumeng holy pouch, and seeing such an ornate pouch, the old uncle and Inya's eyes widened. Could this be? The old uncle stared at the bag in Bai Luo's hand, his voice trembling. A miracle. It is a miracle. It's called the First Bud Holy Bag. I found it when I was out and about. Picked it up? Picked it up. The old uncle's breath hitched. Although he had expected this, seeing Bai Luo finally find a miracle, he was still so happy that he almost burst out laughing. But he held it in. In the eyes of the children, he was a mature elder. A mature elder wouldn't lose his composure over such a small matter. That's right, I'm Saros, a steady hand. What kind of miracle is this? What are its abilities? In the old uncle's eyes, Bai Luo was undoubtedly the best, so he was extremely excited about the miracle Bai Luo would obtain. The old uncle didn't know the true nature of Bai Luo's miracle. It was the Black Book. In his opinion, the probability of the same person finding 2 miracles was like winning the lottery twice in a row. It was simply impossible. Therefore, this bag was likely the only miracle Bai Luo could ever obtain in his life. The old uncle had to take this seriously and sincerely hoped it would be a great miracle. This pocket has the ability to pour out the seeds of crops it's eaten and fruits no larger than a thumb. Ever eaten them? The uncle said. Bai Luo, have you eaten this before? No. Fortunately, Bai Luo had told his uncle something similar long ago, but that dream, that's the one I told you about before, the things you ate in the dream. The uncle looked at the first moment holy bag with some surprise. Is this even possible? Miracle, truly unfathomable. Bai Luo had been full of fantastic ideas since childhood. The uncle had been traveling for many years and occasionally encountered similar people, so he simply regarded this dream knowledge as Bai Luo's talent. How much can it pour out? 100 kilograms per day, 100 kilograms of food. The uncle was surprised. Every day, this yield, even without planting, could feed the current people of Atón. Not to mention its true value, it will be the cornerstone of future agriculture. But does it have combat effectiveness? The key to the uncle's expectations lay in whether this pocket actually had combat effectiveness. Probably not. Bai Luo actually knew what his uncle was asking. In a world like this, even an innocent person would be guilty of possessing a treasure. The first moment holy bag could support an agricultural nation, But what the Atón people needed more right now was a miracle that could fight. What does fight mean? It means a miracle that can be used in combat, capable of supporting the nation's military strength. Really? The uncle nodded, smoking a cigarette. Although he was happy, the first moment Holy Bag still lacked something. So, Bai Luo, do you think of offering this miracle to the Iron Eagle King? A miracle without combat power would struggle to rise, let alone protect itself. But it was not without its benefits. As the supreme leader of the Iron Eagle Kingdom, the Iron Eagle King's governing philosophy was very simple: rule by miracles. The Iron Eagle Kingdom also had an aristocracy, but it had a stipulation: only those who possessed the power of miracles could become nobles. With this miracle, can I become a noble of the Iron Eagle Kingdom? Miracles cannot be transferred or taken away. The old uncle instructed Bai Luo to place the miracle in Inya's hands. Bai Luo did so, but interestingly, the pocket slipped right through Inya's palm. Fortunately, Bai Luo was quick-witted and grabbed it immediately. Is this the miracle's inalienability? Indeed, the old uncle said. Except for some special miracles, most miracles are controlled only by the miracle master. They cannot be taken away without the master's consent. If the Iron Eagle King knew Bai Luo possessed such an agricultural artifact, he wouldn't have the urge to seize it, nor would he have killed him. After all, the miracle couldn't be taken away. And killing Bai Luo would also cause the pocket to vanish, making it meaningless. Your miracle poses no threat to the Iron Eagle King's rule, but it can help the country's agriculture flourish and improve life. The Iron Eagle King would only win over such talents, never seeking to eliminate them. This had been the foundation of the Iron Eagle King's 200-year rule. Gather the miracle lords who possess miracles, grant them land and autonomy, and make them miracle lords, thereby ensuring the strength and stability of the nation. The Earl of Thorncastle is such a man. He obtained a miracle, then accepted the Iron Eagle King's recruitment, becoming an earl and holding the power of life and death over our land. Bai Luo understood. His uncle was telling him that the pocket had no fighting power, and that the best thing he could do with it was to offer it to the Iron Eagle King in exchange for wealth and glory. But knowing the Iron Eagle King's connection to the Atón clan, Bai Luo asked, is there a second option? The uncle looked at Bai Luo, smiled, and said, I understand what you mean, little Luo. Do you trust me? Of course, Bai Luo trusted his uncle most, because the old man had never let him down. Just like this time, when the Black Book appeared, he questioned the old man and learned about the existence of miracles. I'll go gather the entire clan, huh? Bai Luo was puzzled at first, but then he understood his intention. In any era, in any place, force is always the foundation of rule. The first bloom sacred bag lacks combat power, but it can cultivate it. While the population of Arden may be small, each one is an elite, a talent. The seeds poured from the first bloom sacred bag are meant to be cultivated, so sooner or later they will be discovered by the Arden people. Rather than hiding it, it would be better to tell them from the outset and then deem the first bloom sacred bag a national treasure, ensuring the entire village's collective protection. Bai Luo knew the character of the Arden people all too well. They harbor a deep hatred for the Iron Eagle Kingdom and harbor a strong sense of belonging to the Arden bloodline. Previously, lacking the capital, they dared not rebel, afraid to say no, but now, with a miracle bag, as long as they can continue to endure, they will eventually rise to prominence. Yes, telling them directly and then transforming their manpower into combat power as quickly as possible is the best approach. In combat, Bai Luo has already surpassed his uncle, but in other areas, he still has much to learn from him. Bai Luo was fortunate to have an advisor like his uncle by his side when he obtained the miracle, avoiding many detours. Inya, wow, Bai Luo called out her name, and Inya shuddered. I didn't eat anything. Looking at the roasted rabbit in Inya's hands, Bai Luo covered his face in embarrassment. This girl, with a big heart, even at this crucial moment, she could still calmly eat something. To borrow his uncle's words, this person has the demeanor of a king. A Baton, who only had the demeanor of a general, fainted in the bathroom. Chief, not long after, a woman with a white veil over her eyes and dressed in pure white cloth, leaning on a blind man's wooden cane, walked into the courtyard, supported by Maya and Zuster. Brother Bai Luo. The two children looked up, only to be startled by the sight of a massive silver-maned head. It's me, Bai Luo, at his uncle's request, donned the silver fur cloak he had crafted from the silver-maned fur he had previously hunted. A massive, silver-maned head loomed like a hood, a long silver fur coat trailing the ground. This attire was incredibly majestic, something Bai Luo rarely wore, only donning during grand festivals. Amazing, the siblings understood the meaning of the silver-maned fur coat. It symbolized Bai Luo's hunting prowess and the strength of the strongest of the Atón tribe. When you come of age, I'll help you forge a fur coat. This was an Atón tradition. Draping yourself in animal fur coats, traversing the snow and forests, intimidating the enemy. Really? Maya exclaimed in anticipation, while Zeustra wondered if he'd ever be able to wear such a coat, given his limited strength. Aleya, Bai Luo patted the two children's heads before turning his attention to the woman standing nearby. Aleya was older than Bai Luo, at 25. She was a woman with a tragic fate. Aleya was born blind. Furthermore, as a child, she consumed a large amount of poisonous plants that destroyed her bodily functions due to hunger, thus depriving her of the most crucial ability for a woman to bear children. Aleya, unwilling to burden anyone, lived alone in the village. Come in, Bai Luo had always admired Aleya. She was strong and kind, a saintly figure known throughout the village. Schuster, bring Aleya a chair, I can stand. Here's the chair. Without waiting for Aleya to refuse, Schuster pulled a chair from the house with all his might and offered Aleya a seat. Thank you, Aleya sat down. Although she was disabled, she was still a member of the Atón people, and she was always present for any important event. Soon, a baton arrived, followed by the Greenwoods, the White Eagles, and the Brotherhood. Years ago, Bai Luo felt that the Atón people, apart from his own lineage, lacked surnames, considered it too lowly, so he created surnames for every household. For example, Abaddon's full name is Abaddon Storm. Storm was the surname Bai Luo had given Abaddon. This would also allow for a clearer breakdown of the population of the Atón clan, showing how many families there were. Soon, the old uncle had summoned everyone in the village, young and old, regardless of gender, to the scene. Is what you said true? Have you really found it? The old uncle was the last to arrive, accompanied by an elderly man, the village's only healer. The old man's name, pronounced in this world, means mountain, so Bai Luo and the others respectfully addressed him as Mountain Man or Grandpa Mountain Man. Absolutely true, the old uncle assured him, then stepped forward to the front of the group. Xiao Luo, bring out the things. Bai Luo didn't hesitate, and he produced the first moment holy pouch. With the exception of a few elderly people, the knowledge of the Atón people was generally quite ignorant. After all, when they couldn't even fill their stomachs, studying was simply too much of a luxury. Furthermore, the Atón people valued martial arts over literature, so few could even read. Could this thing be? Do we have it too? It belongs to us, the Atón people. Several elderly grandparents seemed to recognize the origins of the Chumeng holy bag. Its exquisite form shone faintly even in the moonlight and flames. This is a miracle. The old man's voice was hoarse and low, but to the ears of the Atón people, who knew what miracles were, it was like thunder. It was true, this truly was a miracle. Bai Luo had found the miracle of the Atón people. Quick, kneel down, everyone, kneel down. The elders knew what to do now. They had heard similar tales before. They pulled the young people around them, along with the confused children, and knelt in Bai Luo's courtyard. What are you doing? Bai Luo was confused by this sudden scene. More and more people knelt. Even Aleya, supported by Zeustra and Maya, followed Inya and knelt behind the old man. Before this miracle, I swear to you, the old uncle looked at Bai Luo. Then bent down, kneeling on one knee like the others. Bai Luo wanted to stop him, but the old uncle's firm gaze stopped him. No matter how difficult the future may be, in this life, we are willing to use this body of flesh and blood. The old uncle bowed his head and solemnly swore, "You shall be my king." Chapter 12 White Rice Porridge. We accept you as our king, we accept you as our king. The Atón people, led by the elders, began to repeat the phrase. Silence returned only after even the children had said it. Then, Bai Luo stood at the front, looking at the crowd, momentarily unsure of what to do. Everyone, wait, the old man interrupted. It's too short, it lacks ceremony. Kneel a little longer. Oh, Bai Luo asked awkwardly, how long? Well, at least 3 minutes. The old man didn't actually know the exact process of the miracle oath. He had never witnessed a Lord of Miracles. Although it was just a formality, it could be made as solemn as possible. Oh, okay, and so, a group of unworldly country folk, following Bai Luo, a fellow countryman, knelt quietly for 3 minutes in the evening. That should be about it. Bai Luo felt the time was right and hurriedly said, get up. The ground's cold. Inya, get out the big pots, and everyone, thresh the millet. I'll treat you to white rice porridge tonight. Even the existence of miracles had been revealed to them, so this grain couldn't be hoarded. In fact, Bai Luo didn't want to keep it privately. Bai Luo valued Atón village immensely. It was his home in this world, his home. And the Atón people were Bai Luo's soldiers, the foundation of his future. This was a perfect opportunity to demonstrate the power of miracles to everyone. Yes, that's right, the power of miracles, white rice porridge. Gurgle gurgle, the white rice porridge was simmering with a ratio of 1:8 rice to water, mixed with plenty of fresh wild vegetables. Inya impatiently added firewood, but her uncle slapped her head, looking at her with a mixture of laughter and tears. He then handed over the task of controlling the heat to the experienced old man. What is this? It smells so good. Gurgle, the people of Atón were all staring intently at the pot. Not only them, but even Bai Luo couldn't help himself. A huge earthenware vat was boiling, the fragrant aroma of rice wafting through the steam. Though it contained only a simple seasoning, salt, the unprecedented aroma still made those around him drool. For 20 years, 3 meals a day consisted of bread, meat, fish, and other foods. Bai Luo hadn't eaten rice in ages. Reuniting with this food from his past life, he felt strangely moved. Don't worry, everyone's got some. It was impossible to thresh all 100 kilograms of rice. Bai Luo took out about 10 kilograms of rice and threshed it to make porridge. That was nearly 14 kilograms of rice, and after all was cooked, it filled a huge vat. The eyes of the starving Atón people lit up with excitement. There were currently 79 people in Atón village. My senior sister was out shopping and wasn't in the village. Tonight, we had wild vegetable porridge, topped with a bacon everyone had saved. Inya, ordered by her uncle to serve the porridge, was so greedy she nearly cried. No, she couldn't cry. Even if Inya, couldn't eat it, I wouldn't cry. Inya, oh, alright, let me do it. Bai Luo couldn't bear Inya's gaze, so he let the foodie taste it while he took over the job. You just spoil her too much, the uncle shook his head helplessly, but Bai Luo smiled and said, isn't she much more sensible? Off to the side, Inya passed her bowl of porridge to the blind girl, Aliyah, and then returned to ask for her own. A thin girl, her hair messy and streaked with dead leaves, was completely oblivious to all this. Her attention completely focused on the bowl of steaming white and green rice soup in her hands. The girl's name was Jella Greenwood, the daughter of the Greenwood family, the village's hunters and forest rangers. Delicious. So delicious, the younger boy beside Jella was her brother, John Greenwood. Sister, try it. This is super delicious, Jella took a sip of the rice porridge. It was hot and slightly salty, but without a hint of mutton or earthiness. The texture was unprecedented, completely different from black bread. Delicious, Jella's sallow face lit up with emerald eyes. She ignored the heat and followed her brother in guzzling it without a trace. Jella took another bite of the bacon. The once bland rice porridge perfectly enveloped the meat and its salty flavor, dissolving in her mouth along with the porridge. What is this? Jella felt an inexplicable joy. She had no idea what it was. But looking at her brother, John, a 12 or 13-year-old boy, sweating profusely as he ate, rubbing his forehead with his sleeve as he gulped down the food. Bai Luo saw Jera approaching, assuming she wanted more, and quickly scooped up a large spoonful. The girl quickly waved her hand away. No, that's enough. Let everyone else have more. This was obviously a lie, but it was a habit ingrained in the Atón people from childhood. They'd eat less themselves so the hungry ones could eat more. It's okay, there's plenty. Bai Luo offered Jera another bowl. The girl didn't dare refuse, thanking her profusely. Brother Bai Luo, well, should I call you Brother Bai Luo? I heard from my grandfather that you seem to be the Lord of Miracles. If you're the Lord of Miracles, what should I address you as? Your Majesty? But since I said I'd honor you as my king, then Your Majesty should be my name. Whatever you called me before, that's what you should call me now. Don't worry about it. Bai Luo didn't want to create any rift or distance between them. However, Jera was serious. No matter how much Bai Luo tried to persuade her, she refused to agree. Therefore, Bai Luo had no choice but to say, we're still weak. We can't let outsiders know we possess a miracle. Do you understand? I see. Jera cared about hierarchy, but she also understood the pros and cons. She asked, can we grow this? This food called rice is really delicious. The soft texture, The instant it melts in your mouth, and the rich aroma without a hint of earthiness, this food was like a dream. No, with the experience of the Atón people in their lifetime, they probably wouldn't even dream of tasting something so delicious. If you know how to grow it, of course we should grow it. How can we not grow something so good? Bai Luo's words reassured everyone. Clearly, they also recognize the excellence of this crop called rice. Not just this, there are others. Bai Luo used his leadership authority, but I hope everyone will trust me and switch to these new crops from now on. Switching to new crops actually carries great risks. If it were anywhere else, without absolute authority, it would be impossible to gamble the lives and property of the entire village. But fortunately, Bai Luo still had the Chumeng holy bag. Even if he could only pour out 100 kilograms of grain per day, it would be more than enough. Calculating at minimum consumption, a bowl of rice weighs approximately 0.08 kilograms, equivalent to 1 meal's worth of food. Assuming each person only eats 2 meals a day, and exercises less, that's 0.16 kilograms, so 1 kilogram can provide the daily food needs of 6 people, not counting vegetables and meat. The rice here refers to raw rice. 0.08 kilograms of raw rice, once cooked, is equivalent to a bowl of rice. While it wouldn't be enough for most people, the basic energy level was there, so while they might starve, they wouldn't die. Bai Luo could pour out 100 kilograms of rice per day, and after milling, the rice yielded 70 kilograms of polished rice. So, if all this rice were fed to everyone, it would only support 420 ordinary people. The Atón people's appetites were greater than those of ordinary people, but just to survive, their basic needs weren't much different from those of ordinary people. If mung beans, red beans, and other bran-free grains were used instead, they should last longer. This was a backup plan in case the harvest failed, but Bai Luo still had to save the seeds for farming. Listen to little Atón, brother Bai Luo, you make the decision. We have a leader now, and the leader has the final say. The Atón people were still relatively ignorant and backward, still adhering to the chieftain system, which felt like a primitive despotism. But it was also a form of trust, a choice by the entire tribe to entrust their future to the wisest person. From this moment on, Atón village truly came under Bai Luo's control, and everyone became his pawn. This made Bai Luo feel the pressure on his shoulders, a heavy sense of mission and responsibility. Chapter 13 Spice equivalent to gold dust. Uncle, after the meal, everyone was reluctant to leave, but it was only early spring, and even with the Atón's physique, they couldn't handle the cold wind at night. Bai Luo told everyone to go back and come back tomorrow morning to discuss and decide what to plant and how to plant. The Atón people were already few in number, and now they saw the dawn of hope, and everyone wanted to contribute to their nation. Thank you for your hard work, the uncle patted Bai Luo's shoulder. Are you tired? Go get some rest. Bai Luo's leg hadn't healed, and after forcing himself to stand all night, even Bai Luo was beginning to feel the strain. Brother, will there be any more white rice porridge tomorrow? Inya had become completely addicted to the delicious white porridge, and she was eagerly anticipating the next meal. Yes, we won't go hungry anymore. Great. The Atón's life had indeed been hard over the years, and while their physical fitness was superior to that of ordinary people, their energy consumption also increased. Especially for the adult Atón, 2 meals a day was enough for them. But to truly strengthen themselves and unleash their full potential, they must consume at least 3 times the amount of food an average person consumes daily. It's easy to imagine how difficult life has been for the Atón people over the years. Now, with the first moment holy bag, the Atón people can finally eat to their heart's content. When they were well fed, they're the elite of the elite, capable of fighting 10 or even 100 enemies at once. I'm so full today, so happy. Inya had a big heart. After eating, she fell asleep. The word woman embodied nothing beautiful about her, only endless regrets. She and her senior sister were sisters, and they looked alike. Yet, one was a goddess with aloof grace, while the other was a slovenly, wild girl. It almost made one wonder if Inya was a free gift from a phone topping up. Uncle, you should get some rest early too. Our lives will get better and better from now on. Bai Luo was also sleepy. He and Inya shared a room, but slept in separate beds. In the middle of the night, Bai Luo was awakened by the sound of Inya grinding her teeth. The Atón people's quilts weren't thick enough, so many slept in their clothes. So, when Bai Luo turned around, he saw the defenseless Inya. Her sleeping posture was completely devoid of any regard for her family. I can't eat anymore, hey, I really can't eat anymore." Inya began to talk in her sleep. Despite her behavior, she knew how to be humble, so she restrained herself, only drinking 4 bowls of rice porridge and giving the rest away. She's obviously a beautiful girl, but what a shame, such a disillusionment. Fortunately, Bai Luo only thought of her as a younger sister. As expected, senior sister is the face of our Atón. Suddenly, Bai Luo seemed to notice something. He gathered his thoughts and quietly peered out the window into the courtyard. Bai Luo noticed a figure sitting at the foot of the stairs, smoking a cigarette. It was Uncle Saros. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Bai Luo went out and approached his uncle in the moonlight. "What's wrong? I couldn't sleep, so I came out to look at the moon." Bai Luo looked up. The sky was pitch black, with hardly any moonlight. "What about you?" The uncle lowered his head, smoking silently. "Was the girl waking you up again?" "It's not the first time. I'm used to it." Bai Luo didn't smoke, so he just sat next to his uncle. Bai Luo had guessed his uncle's state tonight. The sudden miracle had made his uncle a little uneasy, so he had stayed up all night for Bai Luo and Inya. Whenever he felt uneasy, his uncle was always like this, silently protecting his children. At all times, he always wanted to be the most awake. "Uncle, I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk." "Uncle, don't worry, rest and recuperate. I'm here." In 2 lives, Bai Luo had lived, but in both his past and present lives, his uncle was actually his only elder. In his previous life, Bai Luo was an orphan, and in this life, his parents died young. Only the old man before him had always taught him, cared for him, and nurtured him. "I do have a few questions I want to ask." Bai Luo was no longer sleepy, and it was time to accompany his uncle on night watch. But before that, the two of them went to his uncle's room and lit the lights. The door was open, facing Bai Luo's room. In the past, it was the father who protected the children, but now, the father and brother worked together to protect their young daughter. "What's the problem? It should be about time." Bai Luo said so, took out the Chumeng holy bag, and tilted it downwards. Sure enough, something fell from the bag. "These are soybeans, and these are red beans and mung beans. These 2 are potato seeds." Potatoes have seeds, too, but the tuberous stems are more suitable for planting, and the other is sweet potato seeds. "This is wheat, and this is the paddy we ate before, also known as rice. These are all crops from the world I saw in my dream." Bai Luo poured out a variety of crops that existed only in his previous life and lined them up in front of his uncle. "My question is, how do you grow all this, so many?" The uncle was obviously surprised. He picked up the beans, then the potato and sweet potato seeds, then the wheat, and then the rice he had observed for a long time. "The fields in our village are indeed a bit barren. Yadin village is located in the mountains, and the soil here is very hard, not suitable for growing crops. But I don't know much about crops." This was true. Bai Luo had never farmed in his previous life and didn't even know how these crops were grown. "The only thing I know is that rice needs paddy fields to grow. Paddy fields need to be near a water source. Well, water alone is far from enough. The geographical location of Atón village is actually quite good. There is a river not far away, but unfortunately the riverside is full of rocks and is not worth cultivating. In order to divert water to the farmland, the villagers need to work together. We have never grown this kind of crop before." The old uncle thought carefully, but Bai Luo knew that he probably already had an idea. The basic crop of the Atón people is golden wheat, which does not require paddy fields, so since ancient times, there has been no example of the Atón people cultivating paddy fields. But there are similar crops in this world, and the old uncle is knowledgeable and can always find similar technologies. "I don't recommend this kind of rice because it is quite special. Other rice varieties are not so different." Bai Luo had heard in his previous life that hybrid rice could not be saved for seed, but he was not sure whether the power of the pocket could solve this problem. After listening to Bai Luo's explanation, the old uncle said, "Since we already have a finished product, breeding it is just a matter of time. We need to do more experiments. If 1 year doesn't work, then 5. If 5 years doesn't work, then 10. "Yeah," Bai Luo agreed. "Then there are these 2, potatoes and sweet potatoes. And this is corn." The varieties of seeds Bai Luo poured out were, without exception, modern crops cultivated over hundreds, even thousands of years. They were absolutely excellent. "These are all extremely high-yielding crops." "High yields? How high?" "Take this crop called potatoes, for example. Its yield per mu is between 3,000 and 5,000 kilograms. With proper fertilizer, it can even reach 8,000 kilograms. Ahem, the old uncle looked at Bai Luo, his face as if he were listening to a fairy tale. How much did you say? Up to 8,000 kilograms. Hearing this number, the old uncle almost bit off his pipe. Xiao Luo, are you serious? Yeah, although there may be some differences, and with insufficient fertilizer, it might not be that high, but in my dream, the yield was indeed that high. This statement basically resolved the old uncle's doubts. Because the power of miracles is unpredictable, although the uncle doesn't really believe in them, he absolutely believes in Bai Luo. Moreover, Bai Luo is now the new patriarch of the Atón clan. Since Bai Luo has an idea, the uncle will definitely support it with all his strength. At worst, they can find a way out later. The Atón people have been bullied by the Iron Eagle Kingdom for 200 years and haven't been wiped out. Are they afraid of having to endure another year or two? Let me study it first. Bai Luo doesn't know how to farm, so the uncle is the expert. He holds each seed under the light and examines it, saying, what about the cycle? How long does it take to harvest? Bai Luo himself is not very clear. After all, his memories of his past life are beginning to fade. He can only roughly say, some have 1 season a year, some have 2, and some may have 3. I can't say for sure. Don't worry, we can study it slowly. The Atón people have time. The uncle has made considerable preparations for this moment. You said the bag could be used to pour out the crops you've eaten, right? The old man finished his words and began rummaging around the house, uncovering some pitch-black powder. Bai Luo's eyes lit up when he saw it. Pepper, I get it. Bai Luo understood the essence of his uncle's earlier question. He was telling Bai Luo that while the bag could support agriculture for the Atón people, it would take a long time. Before that, they had to address the Atón people's fundamental problem, food shortages. A daily output of 100 kilograms certainly wouldn't starve the Atón people. But it would certainly not be enough to ensure everyone's healthy growth and maximize the Atón people's physical fitness. Furthermore, consuming all the food poured out daily would undoubtedly be an extremely foolish act. Planting potatoes and sweet potatoes wasn't about how many seeds Bai Luo poured daily. It took time. It would take at least 6 months before the harvest could begin. So what to do in that half year? For Atón to develop, it required a vast supply of supplies. This was crucial. The power of the Chumeng Holy Bag lay in its ability to accumulate strength and then unleash it. So the uncle reminded Bai Luo that they could pour out the very valuable seeds and fruits, sell them, and then buy back the food. Not only food, but also iron for making weapons. And more strategic resources. Please recommend, please. Chapter 14 Overseas Expansion Plan. This is what Fiya brought me when she came back last time, the old uncle said. My employer didn't have any money, so he used it to pay the bill. It's worth the same as gold sand? Bai Luo naturally recognized what this thing called pepper powder was. Simply put, it was actually an extremely precious spice in this world. Just like the pepper in Bai Luo's previous life in the Middle Ages, the value of pepper powder in this world was very similar to that of pepper. Bai Luo could certainly pour out pepper, but a brand new spice couldn't be immediately converted into cash after all, and it would bring too many problems. So, pouring out the familiar black pepper could avoid these troubles. Let me try and see if I can pour it out. Bai Luo scooped some with his fingers and put it in his mouth. Sure enough, it tasted very similar to pepper. Pepper itself doesn't have much flavor. The saltiness and spiciness are both created by adding salt and chili peppers, but the smell of this seasoning is truly refreshing. I told my senior sister that last time, and she actually helped me find the pepper powder. By the way, uncle, why didn't you give it to me before? What do you think? The old uncle glanced at Bai Luo. Are you really planning on eating this? With a mouthful of gold, Bai Luo spilled it onto the roasted wild boar. Was the old uncle really crazy? Bai Luo didn't have many hobbies, but eating delicious food was one of them. Bai Luo smiled, then contemplated the taste of the pepper powder. Sure enough, he felt the pocket in his hand grow heavier. Bai Luo glanced inside and saw the black pepper berries, still undried. He smiled. Now, we can't eat them all, even if we wanted to. Swish. In this world, pepper powder is made from the berries of a plant called black pepper. The berries are tiny, looking only half the size of a mung bean, thus meeting the requirement of the first initiation sacred bag, fruit no larger than a thumb. It's indeed black pepper. The old uncle picked one up from the basin. With his experience, he could easily tell the quality of these black peppers. They were all top quality. Looking at the vast quantity of black peppercorns, they were worth their weight in gold. Every one is different. Bai Luo gathered a handful of black peppercorns and examined them carefully, finding that while the peppercorns varied in size and color, they were all of excellent quality. He had previously speculated about the origins of the seeds and fruits he had poured out. Replicas? This was the first time in Bai Luo's life that he had tasted pepper powder. But not a single black peppercorn he poured out was the same. All had slight variations, not exactly the same. Bai Luo couldn't understand the principle, but fortunately, it wasn't important, so he didn't dwell on it. How much can you pour out at once? 100 kilograms too? Yes, no matter what you pour out, the total weight is 100 kilograms. This was the description of the first moment holy pouch on the pages of the Black Book. Then pour out 10 kilograms of black peppercorns first. If all 10 kilograms of black peppercorns were sold, even if it wasn't equivalent to 10 kilograms of gold, it would still be worth 8 kilograms. If the people of Atón were merchants, they would definitely be making a fortune. However, Bai Luo noticed that his uncle's expression didn't relax at the sight of the black pepper. Instead, it grew even more solemn. Uncle. It's a crime to possess a treasure. The uncle's words were a phrase Bai Luo had coined before, but he applied them well. If we rashly sell this black pepper, we'll probably bring disaster upon ourselves. The mountains where the Atón people live are deep in the mountains. There are no passages, and the route requires crossing over the mountains and ridges. Horses can only enter through the extremely dangerous deep forests, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Furthermore, the towns closest to Atón village are all under the jurisdiction of Earl Thorn. King Iron Eagle has a feud with the Atón people and has ordered their capture. Earl Thorn himself doesn't care about the Atón people. He might not even know what they are. But the devil's easy to deal with, but the little devil is hard to deal with. Some of the gentry, wealthy merchants, and local gangs in the Thorn territory have their eyes on the bounty offered by Earl Thorn. What should we do then? Fia will be back soon. Then, we'll cross the mountain and head to a more distant town. Each of us can contribute a little, which will reduce the risk. The old uncle had an idea, but said, but it's not a long-term solution. I need to think about it, the old uncle said. Although there's a miracle, it's far from time to publicize it. We need time. Not all the Atón people are in the village. For example, my senior sister, searching for the Atón people in the earldoms and marquisates, spends most of her time away from the village. I've already had the children of the White Eagle family release the eagles. Atón village's connection to the outside world relies on these White Eagles, specially trained by my uncle. The White Eagle family is Atón village's formidable vanguard. They are a brother and sister. The elder brother is Nor's White Eagle, now 17 years old. Although young, Nors is the only person in the village over 15, besides Bai Luo. He is Bai Luo's junior apprentice and Uncle Saros' most prized student. Nors was a skilled martial artist, particularly skilled in marksmanship and individual combat. He had admired Bai Luo since childhood and knew him intimately. His younger sister, Fira White Eagle, was a year younger than Inya, now 13 years old. Her uncle had trained her to train falcons in the village for communication and reconnaissance. I didn't tell Fia about your miracle. His uncle was always cautious. He informed Fia of a major event in Atón village, but made no mention of the first moment holy pouch. But his senior sister was intelligent and quick-witted. Even if she couldn't predict the miracle, she would have dropped her work and rushed back immediately. Both his uncle and Bai Luo were confident of this. As for now, his uncle said, we'll maintain the same status for now. It'll be the same as before. It'll take at least 2 to 3 years for the pouch's power to truly manifest. Then Bai Luo was wondering if they should move out of Atón village and find a better place to thrive. Leave this to me, the old uncle said to Bai Luo. I've been out there before, traveling a lot. After the village was plundered by bandits, I settled here with my people. Partly to avoid the miracle lord's covetousness, and partly to provide a retreat for them. Retreat, to the sea, the old uncle said. Atón village is nestled in the limestone mountains, close to the southeast coast. Beyond that is the coastal city of ancient capital Zaloon. As long as I can get my people through here and out to sea, that's like a dragon entering the sea, Bai Luo continued. The sky is high, and birds fly freely. That's right, the old uncle was no stranger to Bai Luo's occasional quirks. The ocean was vast, but due to its small land area and sparse population, miracles were few and far between. With that sparse population, they could develop anywhere. Compared to the mainland, islands suited them better. You make sense, Bai Luo pondered the matter carefully, realizing his uncle was right. Now that he had the first moment's sacred pouch, instead of a life or death battle with the Iron Eagle Kingdom, it would be better to make a strategic retreat. With food in hand, they didn't need to worry about it. But there are still many issues here, his uncle said. Fortunately, time isn't pressing. Let's wait for Feiya to return before making a decision. Yes, then, Bai Luo consulted with his uncle on another major matter. His uncle was very knowledgeable, and he could answer all of Bai Luo's questions, which greatly broadened Bai Luo's horizons. Before he knew it, daybreak had arrived. Let's go here first, uncle. Bai Luo picked up the Chumeng holy bag and said with a smile, next, we have to prepare breakfast for everyone. Dad, brother, what are you doing here? Inya's voice happened to come, and the two turned their heads to look, and found that the girl was sniffing her nose, as if looking for something. I seem to smell the scent of food. Did you steal something to eat without telling me, uncle? Bai Luo, why don't you say anything? Inya was just joking. They loved her the most. They left any delicious food to her. It was impossible for them to steal something without telling her. I'm not right, am I, uncle? After a moment of silence, Bai Luo said to his uncle, Atón, the future is worrying. The girl is an exception. She is a particularly stupid type. Really? Then I feel relieved. Inya didn't understand the uncle and nephew sighs. She just wanted to eat breakfast now. What are we eating this morning? I'm hungry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15: A New Miracle. At dawn, the village of Atón was once again enveloped in a shimmering joy. Soybeans simmered in a cauldron. This was the breakfast Bai Luo had prepared for the Atón people the next day, soybean soup with white rice. After having porridge the previous night, Bai Luo felt like a change of pace today. So, he thought of the breakfast shop setup of his past life: soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed dumplings. Well, none of those were available. As a second best option, Bai Luo used the tribe's animal fat as the main ingredient, then poured various spices from his pocket. His uncle had been a cook himself, so he had considerable experience and knowledge of the intricacies of the craft. He simply held the spices to his nose and sniffed, then quickly selected the appropriate variety and quantity from the pile, effortlessly removing any remaining lingering grease smell. So Dad can cook? Yeah, that's new to me too, but it smells so good. Knowing he had no talent for this, Bai Luo left it entirely to his uncle. Inya did the same. The two sat behind the old man, watching him meticulously prepare breakfast, their eyes filled with anticipation. Gurgle, gurgle, Inya, not me. It really isn't me this time, the naive young girl. Inya quickly explained that her stomach wasn't growling. Bai Luo turned to see that the villagers had gathered outside Bai Luo's courtyard. Bai Luo was now the king the Atón people wanted to serve. His status was vastly different, so even children like Maya and Zuster, who had once been close friends, didn't dare to enter the courtyard without Bai Luo's permission. Everyone, come in quickly, and find. Bai Luo felt he definitely didn't have 75 chairs at home. Find some dry grass to sit on. Breakfast will be ready soon. Gurgle, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed. The Atón people were truly unworldly. Even a bowl of soybean soup could make them long for it. Crackle. In the dim forest, the only light was the crackling bonfire swaying in the wind. Chirp, the cry of a hawk rang out from her ears, and the woman who had been resting with her eyes closed opened them. She had long silver hair and wore a gray-white windbreaker, beneath which lay knight's armor. It was Bai Luo's senior sister, Isifia Vivian. Isifia raised her hand, letting the white hawk from the sky land on her arm, then removed the small animal hide scroll tied to it. Good news from the tribe? Report back quickly. Good news, the senior sister pulled a white stone the size of a soybean from her backpack. It was a riverbed stone commonly found in the rivers of Atón village. I got it, take it back. The senior sister fed the white hawk with dried meat and then let it fly. The white stone was the code word of the Atón people, meaning, I am safe now, I have received your message, rest assured, I will return. Gurgle. Suddenly, the low growl of a beast reached the senior sister's ears. Under the moonlight, a pale blue light flickered in the darkness, and its jet-black fur looked like a demon crawling out of the shadows and abyss. These were monsters called wilderness black wolves. They stood about a meter tall, with sturdy limbs and sharp fangs. Often seen in packs, they were extremely dangerous. 20, the senior sister said, taking a quick glance and roughly assessing the number of black wolves. She tossed the animal hide scroll into the fire pit and then, as if oblivious to the monsters, went about packing her things, completely ignoring them. Even a mercenary group of 50 would suffer heavy casualties if faced with 20 wilderness black wolves in the wild. Roar, the senior sister's back turned completely infuriated the wilderness black wolves present. This also provided the perfect opportunity for them to attack. Puff, as the first black wolf attacked, a massive wolf head flew off in the moonlight. A single individual, wielding a crusader sword, weaved through the dozens of massive wilderness black wolves, leaving behind only a trail of blood and a chorus of wailing. I can't take them away. 4 black wolves had escaped, and they might return for revenge, but senior sister didn't care. Her annoyance was that she'd killed so many wilderness black wolves but hadn't had time to skin them and bring them back to her tribe, leaving them here, a waste of natural resources. Forget it, something was happening in the village, and senior sister had to go back. As for the black wolves, when the Atón people were out in the world, their basic principle was to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Displaying extraordinary talents could sometimes lead to trouble. This area has basically been targeted. Senior sister didn't stay in one place. To exchange more supplies for the Atón people, she would move from one place to another. If someone recognized her, senior sister would get away immediately, without hesitation. Of course, it wasn't just Isifia. Before Bai Luo was injured, he and senior sister actually took turns on the mission. Either he or Isifia always stayed in Atón village, protecting their home and their people at all times. Is this the place? The day after Isifia left, a group on horseback, accompanied by numerous hunting dogs, arrived at the forest. They saw a field of black wolf corpses. All killed in one blow. It was those people, no doubt about it. Damn it, they ran so fast. Keep chasing, but if we go further in, we'll be deep in the forest. A voice expressed its unease. There are monsters in there, we idiots. The leader of the leading mercenary group shouted angrily, if she can get in, why can't we? Capturing her will earn her 10 golden lions. Golden lions are the primary currency in Iron Eagle and the surrounding kingdoms. Others include silver snakes, large gold coins, small gold coins, large silver coins, small silver coins, large copper coins, and small copper coins. 1 gold coin is worth 10 large silver coins, and 1 small silver coin is worth 100 copper coins. That means 1 large gold coin equals 10 small gold coins equals 100 large silver coins equals 1,000 small silver coins equals 10,000 large copper coins equals 100,000 small copper coins. The purchasing power of small copper coins is roughly the same as Bai Luo's yuan from his previous life. Therefore, 1 large gold coin is equivalent to 100,000 yuan in Bai Luo's previous life. Golden lions and silver snakes are worth 5 times as much as large gold coins and silver coins, respectively. So, 10 golden lions are worth a full 50 large gold coins. In his previous life, that would have been a full 5 million yuan. 5 million yuan, for just one person, is definitely a significant purchase for a typical mercenary group. Help me, help me. A group of people entered the depths of the forest, unaware that they had already been spotted by their senior sister. Instead of engaging them directly, the senior sister deliberately left traces to lure them deeper into the wilderness, where they ultimately perished at the hands of the beasts, leaving no trace. Sizzle, snow-white tofu slid from the edge of the pan, deep-fried in soybean oil until golden and crispy, emitting an alluring aroma. 7 days had passed since Bai Luo found the first moment holy bag. The Atonians possessed astonishing physical fitness. Even injuries like Bai Luo's had healed in just 2 weeks, a feat that would have taken an average person 3 or 4 months. Now, Bai Luo was not only free to move, but his strength had reached its peak. Oh Maya, Shuster, Abaddon, and the other children gazed eagerly at the tofu in the oil, watching it slowly turn golden. They exclaimed in amazement, treating the frying process like a spectacle they had never seen before. This was understandable. Atón was so poor back then, how could they have had so much oil for frying food? What a nice smell. What is this? It looks delicious. I just had lunch, but I'm hungry again. What do I do? The Atonian staple food was bread, and they rarely used oil in their daily meals. Oil isn't cheap in this world, and pouring a whole pot like Bai Luo did is so extravagant it makes one want to slap him. The reason he could be so extravagant was because 2 days ago, Bai Luo had poured out 100 kilograms of soybeans. So, his uncle led the group in oil extraction, completely solving the Atón people's oil problem. At the same time, Bai Luo had them build a stone mill to grind soy milk and make tofu. Bai Luo didn't know how to do any of these things, but his uncle did. Bai Luo simply shared his idea with his uncle, who immediately understood and solved all the problems. Bai Luo doesn't know how to extract oil? No problem, his uncle has extracted other vegetable oils before. Bai Luo doesn't know how to build a stone mill? No problem, his uncle will figure it out with a little thought. Bai Luo doesn't know how to make tofu? No problem, his uncle figured it out in just one night, and the next day he had perfect, white, tender tofu. Furthermore, his uncle also figured out how to grow sweet potatoes and potatoes. Sweet potatoes require seedlings to be raised before planting. As for potato seeds, after studying them, the uncle, without waiting for Bai Luo's elaboration, declared that this crop wasn't suitable for seed cultivation. This potato, isn't it planted from the roots? Bai Luo wasn't sure how his uncle knew, but he was right, the tuber was the correct way to grow potatoes. It didn't matter, seeds would work, though the yield would be low and the quality would be poor. Then, when the time came, he could select good potatoes, cut them up, and plant them again. The fried tofu is ready, Bai Luo said, laughing as he recounted a joke from his past life. It might not glow, but it's one of my favorites. Come on, everyone, try it. One for each of you. Like a gentle older brother, Bai Luo served each child a piece of golden, crispy tofu, sprinkled it with salt, and topped it with chili sauce. The chili sauce was made with small chili peppers. Although chili peppers are fruits, they're no bigger than a thumb, so they can be poured out. And don't ask how chili sauce is made. The uncle has already started researching soy sauce, so chili sauce, is that difficult? I want some too, Inya, despite being a grown-up girl, mingled with the children, completely lacking the self-awareness of her older sister. Suddenly, Bai Luo heard the sound of pages flipping. He froze for a moment, then immediately said to Inya, you come and distribute the tofu to everyone. I have something to do. Oh, Inya happily took the 2 extremely long chopsticks from Bai Luo's hand and said to the children with a smug look, General Inya now controls all the tofu. If you want some, just call me General Inya. Bai Luo, accustomed to Inya's childishness, focused his attention. The next moment, the black book reappeared in his mind. It was now open, and on the previously blank second page, a new riddle, a new map, and a new countdown appeared before his eyes. The second miracle, Bai Luo said, with a hint of anticipation and surprise, is coming. P.S. The easiest way to remember the currency in this chapter is to memorize the denominations. Small copper coins and large copper coins are worth 1 yuan and 10 yuan. Small silver coins and large silver coins are worth 100 yuan and 1,000 yuan. Small gold coins and large gold coins are worth 10,000 yuan and 100,000 yuan. The silver snake is worth 5 large silver coins, or 5,000 yuan, and the golden lion is worth 5 large gold coins, or 500,000 yuan. Chapter 16 Let her ride you home. She emerged from her mother's blood, wandered battlefields, walked the skies. If you ask her what's fastest, she'll answer, freedom, 6 days, 23 hours, 57 seconds, direction. 3 degrees east by south, here it comes, it's really here. Bai Luo had previously speculated that the Black Book was a miracle that sought miracles, and its number of pages suggested it could find more than just one miracle. But this was ultimately just speculation, and Bai Luo had no proof. Now, Bai Luo was certain, the second miracle, over there. Bai Luo looked southeast. That was a rolling mountain range, ending at the ancient coastal capital of Shilun. His uncle told him that Shilun was once a city developed and built by the ancestors of the Atón. Sadly, it no longer belonged to the Atón people. I have something to do. I need to go into the mountains, Bai Luo said to Inya. Please arrange lunch for everyone. I might not be back for dinner. Oh, Inya said, patting her chest. Leave it to me. The carefree Tianhong's biggest dream was to become the village's leading lady. With her senior sister around, Inya never had the chance, but today, her dream finally came true. Then I'll be leaving. Now that Bai Luo had recovered from his injuries, he no longer had to worry about the dangers of the mountains. The previous attack by the wild boar had made Bai Luo even more vigilant. Every failure taught him a lesson. He would no longer be so arrogant as to insist on engaging the enemy. When it was time to flee, Bai Luo would retreat strategically without hesitation. Sword, axe, and shield. The sword and axe were handcrafted by his uncle, and the shield was made of ancient ironwood, a remarkably strong material. In those days, weapons were hard to come by and extremely expensive, forcing the people of Atón to buy pig iron and forge their own weapons. That's about it. Bai Luo slung his knight's sword and hatchet at his waist, his bow and shield slung across his back. Fully armed, he entered the forest, heading in the direction indicated by the black book. Along the way, Bai Luo encountered a group of wild beasts. He didn't hunt, and they didn't attack him either. They maintained a certain level of sanity, perhaps even the beasts knew this human was not to be trifled with. In reality, most beasts in this world possess a certain intelligence. It's not high, barely comparable to the domestic dogs of Bai Luo's previous life. Only monsters could be so ferocious. Few could explain the origins of monsters, as their variety was so vast. But ever since Bai Luo learned of the existence of miracles, his uncle had shared the information he'd gathered over the years. Monsters are likely descendants of miraculous creatures. They've reproduced for hundreds, even thousands of generations, and while their bloodline is thin, they still retain a certain amount of power. It's not uncommon for a creature to be unable to use magical tricks, yet possess immense strength and invulnerability. The silver-maned creature Bai Luo had previously dealt with had only its eyes as a weak spot. For the rest of his body, Bai Luo could only inflict damage with blunt force weapons. After over 6 hours of walking across mountains and hills, even Bai Luo was tired. He found a small mountain stream, surveyed it carefully, and quickly refilled his water bladder. How long do we have to walk? Is it that far? Bai Luo gulped down the water. He didn't find it tiring. He had experienced hunting with his uncle before, which was 10 times more arduous. But what he found baffling was that the black book didn't even indicate the approximate distance. It only gave directions. Was Bai Luo supposed to walk to the beach and swim out? You can't go on forever. Let's walk for a day. Bai Luo set a time limit for himself. He had the Chumeng holy bag with him, so he had no shortage of food. He could just pour out some dates to replenish his energy. Furthermore, the Chumeng holy bag's power wasn't limited to the day. If it wasn't emptied out the previous day, it would accumulate for the next day. This was a hidden feature Bai Luo discovered when he only emptied 95 kilograms of food one day and 105 kilograms the next. Therefore, even if Bai Luo hadn't used the first moment holy bag for several days, it wouldn't have gone to waste. However, Bai Luo was worried about the Atón people worrying about his rash journey. Fortunately, Bai Luo had left marks along the way, allowing them to track his whereabouts and safety. So, Bai Luo continued on his journey. He quickened his pace, climbing over mountain after mountain. By the time Bai Luo realized what was happening, he had arrived at the edge of a plain, lush, river valley. He checked the time. Bai Luo had slept for 4 hours, and the sun was already rising. It seems like this is. Bai Luo observed the area, then gazed into the distance, where he could already spot people. I've come straight to the south. The Atón people were a unique situation. They were the focus of the miracle lord. For years, his uncle had diligently concealed their presence, daring not to reveal themselves easily. Consequently, the Atón people rarely cohabited with outsiders. The Atón people would never venture too close to such beautiful river valleys, as they were the ancestral homeland of certain peoples. As outsiders, the Atón people would undoubtedly be ostracized and envied if they intruded rashly, leading to disaster. Bai Luo frowned slightly. He had been watching the pointer on the black book and noticed it had shifted slightly. It's moving. The pointer's shift indicated the target was moving, meaning it was not far away. Are we finally finding it? What is it? If it can move, some kind of creature. Bai Luo glanced around and soon noticed a small white horse in the distance, galloping towards the forest beside him. Horse. The creature was moving very fast. From his high vantage point, Bai Luo could see that the pointer was indeed pointing to it. The two were about 7 or 8 miles apart. The white horse had already reached the edge of the valley and plunged into the forest. Let's go check it out. Just as Bai Luo was about to head over, a wolf howl prompted him to quicken his pace. That sound. It's the forest wolves, unique to the south, and there's more than one. Realizing his white horse was in danger, Bai Luo immediately leaped onto rocks and galloped away. In the forest, a white horse was surrounded by 6 or 7 wolves. 2 wolves each bit one of its front and hind legs. One wolf lunged at its neck, but the horse cleverly dodged. Roar! The wolves lunged, their front legs pressing down on the horse's back with such force that it seemed to pin it to the ground. The white horse seemed to realize that if it fell, there would be no chance of escape, it would be doomed. So it struggled desperately, enduring the excruciating pain and kicking with its hind legs, trying to shake the wolves off. Whoosh! Two sharp axes flew through the air, landing with pinpoint precision on the necks of the two wolves. Woo! The sudden attack disrupted the wolves' rhythm. Terrified, they abandoned the white horse and headed in a certain direction, baring their teeth and growling softly. Finally caught up, Bai Luo ignored the wolves. They weren't some formidable monster, just wild beasts. Go away! Bai Luo unsheathed his bow and arrows and fired repeatedly. In a single encounter, he had killed 4 more wolves, leaving only 1 fleeing. Bai Luo wanted to give chase. Wolves, after all, held grudges and were prone to revenge. But seeing the white horse, now prostrate on the ground, wailing in pain and covered in blood, Bai Luo sheathed his weapon and cautiously approached it. Bai Luo was a little surprised. The white horse didn't show any signs of alarm. This meant it wasn't a wild horse, likely domesticated. Only a domesticated horse, accustomed to humans, would be so calm, not viewing them as enemies. After all, humans in this world rarely ate horse meat. Horses were a vital strategic resource, versatile for travel, battle, and farming, making them extremely valuable. Even if wild horses were found in the wild, humans would capture them, not kill them. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Bai Luo wasn't sure if the horse understood, but he approached cautiously. Meanwhile, Bai Luo glanced at the black book. Sure enough, the words had changed. You found her, but she doesn't belong to you. So what? Perhaps you should try to heal her, treat her. Bai Luo, having naturally brought bandages with him on his trip, took out some clean water and thoroughly cleaned the white horse's injuries. He also noted the horse's gender, a mare. Strong girl, throughout. The white horse obediently accepted Bai Luo's treatment without resistance. Clearly, the miraculous power had begun to take effect. Mostly superficial injuries, but the hind leg is broken to the bone. It will probably take some time to heal, and she won't be able to walk for the time being. The white horse's intelligence was quite high. Knowing that Bai Luo had saved it, it was now rubbing its head against Bai Luo's body to show its affection and gratitude. This step should be done. What's the next step? Bai Luo looked back at the black book, but the following sentence completely froze him, leaving him bewildered. Fuck. Are you kidding me? She doesn't like being ridden, so she escaped from her shackles, but she's a grateful girl, so why not show her what fairness is? Since you want to ride her, let her ride you home. Are you fucking kidding me? Bai Luo looked at the white horse. It wasn't very strong, and it looked rather young, probably only a little over a year old, about the same height as Bai Luo. His uncle had taught Bai Luo how to judge horses, and Bai Luo could tell that, given the white horse's breed, it would probably be over 2 meters tall and weigh over 900 kilograms when it reached adulthood. But even as a minor, it wasn't small. It had to weigh at least 500 kilograms. Big brother. I call you big brother, Bai Luo muttered to Black Book. You're asking me to carry a 500-kilogram horse over mountains and hills. Are you trying to kill me? Is this a joke? Is he crazy? Carrying a 500-kilogram horse on one person's back, that alone would practically block the entire Iron Eagle Kingdom. Who could possibly do that? Consider that a bag of rice is only 18 kilograms, 500 kilograms, nearly 30 bags. And to get to Yat Village, there were at least 20 mountains to cross. The road was rugged and winding, teeming with wolves and tigers, lurking dangers everywhere. This isn't even on the same level as the Tasket Pocket. By the way, am I kidding someone? Bai Luo looked out of the forest. There was likely a horse ranch there, where the white horse had escaped. If that's her destination, carrying her back would only be a few kilometers. That's too easy, Bai Luo said, words that would have made many ordinary people curse. Bai Luo was from Atón, so a mere 500 kilograms was certainly within his grasp. But the challenge lay in how he would return home carrying such a large horse. For Bai Luo, the difference between walking through the river valley and Atón village was a stark contrast between easy and hellish. But Bai Luo had no choice. Obtaining a miracle was no easy task. To easily obtain something as precious as the first moment holy pouch was nothing more than a pipe dream. Compared to those who yearned for power but couldn't find the means, Bai Luo had it far better. At least he knew what to do. All that was required was sweat and effort. I hope your miracle power will be more effective. Bai Luo was determined. He would obtain this miracle, no matter how hard it was. He had to give it a try. He would never give up until he had failed. Come, dear girl, don't move. I'll take you home. With that, Bai Luo lifted the white horse, startling the filly, as no one had ever done anything like this to her. Yes, I had indeed seen it. Sometimes hunters would fight wild boars this way. Hissed the young mare, terrified, thought Bai Luo was going to kill her, so she neighed in fear. Don't move. I'm not going to eat you, Bai Luo explained, not caring whether she understood or not. Seeing the young mare gradually calm down, Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief and walked steadily back the way they had come, then let her ride you home. The words remained unchanged, indicating that Bai Luo hadn't completed his mission. Do you really want to carry her back? Okay, Bai Luo took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. I'll carry her. Not long after, a group of people arrived and noticed the blood on the ground. Did she get eaten by wolves? The young mare wasn't a rare breed, she was just an ordinary domestic horse. Going into the mountains for a horse, and getting injured and nearly dying, was truly not worth it. Forget it, let's go back. The leader turned his horse around. He didn't want to take any risks, and naturally, the others didn't care either. Anyway, the horses are not theirs. Thanks to Yuduan Sheng, Dianzing Chendao, missing the past, killing, Sky, Emperor's Breath, Zixuk, BZMSD, Chu Sezi Hi Han, Mo Shang Yuren, Elglig, Fu Yun Sui Feng, Liu Fan and others for their rewards. Chapter 17 Shirley. Shirley was a perfectly ordinary white mare, barely even named. As for the name, it was given to her by her strange new owner, who had just rescued her from a hungry wolf. What a strange person. Hiss, it seems you like this name too. Bai Luo stroked the mare's neck. He noticed that despite her plain appearance, Shirley was exceptionally intelligent. She seemed to understand what he was saying. My name is Bai Luo. Bai Luo didn't care about Shirley's background, nor did he want to inquire. He saw that he had saved Shirley, who should have died, and as long as Shirley didn't object, she was Bai Luo's horse. Will you come with me? I'll raise you. Bai Luo poured out a large amount of soybeans, corn, and cherry tomatoes from his pocket, and offered them to Shirley to taste one by one. Delicious. After chewing a few soybeans, Shirley, who had previously been indifferent to food, suddenly had a light in her eyes. What is this? It's delicious. The corn was incredibly sweet and crispy, and the cherry tomatoes that followed were a real delight to Shirley's taste buds. The tartness made her neigh with delight. You agree, don't you? Shirley couldn't resist the allure of delicious food and was instantly won over by Bai Luo. Good girl, you have good taste. Follow me, your master, and you'll have the best food and the best drinks. Bai Luo's words were both novel and strangely appealing to Shirley. Shirley was intelligent and energetic, possessing intelligence far exceeding that of an average horse. While far inferior to that of a human, she possessed the intelligence of a 6 or 7-year-old child. She couldn't speak, but she could understand human language and grasp most of its meaning. The owner of the stable hadn't paid much attention to Shirley, so he didn't know her situation and simply treated her as an ordinary white horse, raising and selling her. Just today, a group of horse traders arrived in town, looking to buy 20 horses. Shirley was chosen, but she broke free from the ropes and ran away. The moment I saw you, I knew you weren't just any horse, Shiro said. You don't want to be ridden, so you can rest assured I won't ride you without your consent. Shiro naturally didn't know Shirley's experience, but he could deduce it. Who hasn't seen a few episodes of Conan, right? The words in the black book were clearly hinting at Shirley's point. Shirley didn't like being ridden, and to gain her approval, he'd have to do something radical. Like, carry her home. It was the first time anyone had said that to Shirley. Shirley beamed, her impression of Shiro changing from gratitude for saving her life to the excitement of a close friend. This human, he understood her. Is this position comfortable? Shirley didn't think of Shirley as just any horse. She was a miracle. He didn't know what kind of miracle, but she was definitely something special. Shirley's shoulders weren't exactly broad, so he had to do his best to maintain his balance so as not to make Shirley uncomfortable on his back. As long as it's comfortable. Let's go. Shirley strode forward, not fast, but not slow either. His steps were steady, even uphill and downhill, he could walk as if on flat ground. However, this was the sound of Bai Luo's breathing as he climbed over the first hill. Huff huff, this was the sound of Bai Luo's breathing as he climbed over the second hill. Ha ha, this was the sound of Bai Luo's breathing as he climbed over the third hill. Comma, this was the sound of Bai Luo's breathing as he climbed over the fourth hill. Why can't I hear any breathing? I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Bai Luo lay on the ground by the stream, his chest heaving, his mouth filled with a strong smell of blood. Even with Bai Luo's physical fitness, carrying a 500-kilogram horse and crossing 4 hills in a row, he had reached his limit. Comma, beside him, Shirley knelt on the ground. She looked at Bai Luo, who was resting, in horror, as if she were looking at a monster. It wasn't that Shirley's physical strength was inferior to Bai Luo's, but that Bai Luo was human and she was a horse, two completely different concepts. Just like Shirley couldn't possibly carry 5 horses and cross mountains and hills. Not to mention, Bai Luo and she encountered numerous attacks from wild beasts along the way. Whenever they encountered danger, Bai Luo would quickly put her down, protecting her while fighting the beasts. Many of these beasts Shirley had never seen before, but just from their aura, she could sense their fearsomeness, believing any one of them could make a snack of her. Although Shirley was a mare, she possessed a subconscious pride. Every horse has its own temperament, the more capable, the more aggressive. But Bai Luo, he truly conquered Shirley. Even she, who prided herself on being unique and cleverer than any other horse, was captivated and submissive. If your master was Bai Luo, being ridden by such a powerful being would not be humiliating, but rather a source of pride. His Shirley barked at Bai Luo. Thanks to Bai Luo's life-saving grace, coupled with his immense strength, Shirley truly accepted him as her master and began to worry about his well-being. I'm fine, Bai Luo, who had studied horses with his uncle, knew she was concerned. My home is about 16 mountains away from here, it's no big deal, just 16. Don't worry, I'll carry you back in 4 days at most. 16 mountains. Shirley was completely stunned. What was wrong with this human before her? No, this new master? Was he mentally ill? Hiss, Shirley felt she should endure the pain and stand up, to show him she could walk. Don't, Bai Luo was horrified. He studied the words on the black book while trying to stop her from getting up. I'll carry you. Wherever you want to go, I'll carry you. Bai Luo didn't know how this mission was determined. If Shirley failed with just one step, Bai Luo would probably cry his heart out. Shirley had no choice but to lie back down obediently under Bai Luo's comfort. She might have moved a little, but the task in the black book remained unchanged. Bai Luo could only assume that he could continue. Chapter 18 Miraculous Creatures. Let's eat something first. It was already late, and Bai Luo couldn't possibly continue in the dark. It would be fine if you were alone, but with Shirley, he was worried he couldn't keep going with his current strength. Then rest for a night, and we'll continue our journey tomorrow. And so, following the instructions in the black book, Bai Luo carried Shirley for another day. Brother Bai Luo, what are you doing? Hearing the voice, Bai Luo immediately looked up to see Jella from the Green Forest family and Knowles from the White Eagle family, both of them looking at him with extremely strange eyes. Boss, what are you doing? I'll help you, Knowles quickly tossed his spear to Jella, unbuttoned his windbreaker, and was about to help Bai Luo, but Bai Luo stopped him. Don't help. Don't help, just help me clear out the wild beasts around here. Don't let them get in my way. Bai Luo was confident he could bring Shirley back. Firstly, he was confident in his own strength. Secondly, it was because of the mark he had left behind. He hadn't returned for several days, and his uncle would surely send people to search for him by following the trail. As Bai Luo had predicted, Knowles and Jella had found him. This meant Bai Luo was completely safe. With the two of them there, any monster short of Silvermane's strength would have little chance of getting close to him. So, why are you carrying a horse? Jella looked at Knowles in confusion. The boy was also bewildered. I don't know, but where did you get the horse, boss? Bai Luo suddenly left, and when he returned, he was carrying a white horse. This strange scene left the two of them baffled. Had they missed an episode, or season? Why did it feel like they'd lost track of time? Bai Luo gasped. Just know that I'm working for the future of the village, that's all. Bai Luo couldn't explain it. Was he trying to say that Shirley was a miracle, that she was on a mission to awaken it? Carrying a horse and crossing 20 mountains? It was simply incomprehensible. Would a normal person do such a thing? This wasn't a matter of winning the lottery. Even if someone wanted to, they couldn't do it. What should we do? The two now acknowledged Bai Luo as their master, sworn allegiance to him. Naturally, they didn't dare question his decisions. Jera, Bai Luo commanded, you go up the trees, stay high up, and shoot the prey from a distance. Knowles, Bai Luo commanded, you use the white eagle to observe the surroundings, then go ahead and clear the way for me. Yes, as you command. Bai Luo's calm command gave them a sense of purpose. Jera excelled at long-range attacks, unmatched in the clan except for her senior sister and Bai Luo. Knowles' strength was also extraordinary. Even if he ventured into the mountains alone, he could return safely. Combined with Bai Luo's command, the three of them formed a team, reducing the difficulty of the Black Book's mission to normal. All Bai Luo had to do next was carry Shirley back. Was that difficult? It was difficult. But Bai Luo could handle it. Good girl, you really need to be more effective. Without the disturbance of wild beasts, Bai Luo's return journey was greatly accelerated. Knowles sent the falcon back with a message to his uncle and the tribe. 2 more days passed before Bai Luo finally carried Shirley back home. Bai Luo slumped on the steps in front of the door, staring blankly at the floating clouds, exhausted. But hard work always pays off. Contract, Bai Luo Atón rank, lower species, miraculous creature faction, Northland land ability, unawakened contract method, heal her injuries and personally carry her home before her miracle power wears off. Awakening method, unknown, she has truly accepted you as her master. You have obtained her, and she will be yours alone, but her power has not yet awakened, so please take good care of her until she recovers. The words on the black book changed, and the countdown disappeared. This meant that Shirley had completed another mission. While Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief, he also realized for the first time that obtaining some miracles was quite difficult. Bai Luo didn't feel the weight of the first moment holy bag. But surely, Bai Luo had spent 5 days and nights just completing part of his mission. He was truly looking forward to the day he would receive the miracle. I've already acknowledged her as my master, I have her, and she belongs only to me, but her power hasn't awakened yet. So is there one last step? Bai Luo could feel his connection to Shirley. They had already, in some mysterious way, fulfilled the contract of acknowledgement of the miracle. However, Shirley's power hadn't been awakened. If he didn't know how to awaken it, even if Bai Luo obtained Shirley, she would remain an ordinary horse until her death. Only by awakening the miraculous power within Shirley could she truly become a miraculous creature. Wait until her injuries heal. Bai Luo understood that Shirley's final mission couldn't be triggered until she could run freely. That way, Bai Luo was no longer anxious. Shirley had already accepted her master, and no one but Bai Luo could complete the final step. Rest well, Bai Luo said, letting Shirley into the shed his uncle had built for her. 2 days earlier, Bai Luo had used his white eagle to notify his uncle, asking him to build a stable next to his home. The Atons worked tirelessly, completing the work in just 1 day. Want something to eat? Cherry tomatoes and corn. Bai Luo already knew Shirley's taste. She preferred sweet and sour foods, so she particularly favored tomatoes and corn. He treated Shirley with exceptional warmth, especially now that they had formed a miraculous bond. In a subtle way, Shirley sensed how much Bai Luo meant to her. He was her master, her one and only, the king she would follow forever. When we have carrots, I'll let you taste this horse favorite. Knowing Shirley understood, Bai Luo spoke to her as if she were a child. Brother, are you okay? Inya ran to Bai Luo and said, everyone in the village is saying that you brought back a horse. Is that true? Oh. There really is a horse. Inya came out of the stable. She looked at Shirley, but Shirley was very shy and didn't let Inya get close to her. The girl was a little disappointed, but she quickly cheered up. Hoo-la-la, Bai Luo was pouring crops in the yard. His uncle stood by, observing the amount he poured out, and then instructed him what to pour next and how much to pour to make it balanced. The Chumeng holy bag had accumulated food for a full 5 days, and now it was poured out all at once. 500 kilograms of crops really piled up like a mountain. What's with that horse? The old uncle asked about Shirley. Bai Luo said, I felt a connection, so I carried it back. I carried the horse over 20 mountains. Wow, admiring the youth's ability to have fun. The old uncle lit a cigarette and said, Fi is back, huh? Bai Luo quickly stood up. Senior sister is back, she came back last night. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Bai Luo asked quickly. Where's she? In the kitchen. Bai Luo looked towards the kitchen in surprise. He had been so blinded by the light that he hadn't noticed there was a fourth person in the house until he'd been resting for half a day. Bai Luo thought, I must be too tired and have entered sage mode. I'll be right there. Upon hearing that his senior sister had returned, Bai Luo, regardless of the aching legs, quickly stood up and walked quickly into the kitchen. Gazing at Bai Luo's back, the uncle sighed. It's wonderful to be young, little tomatoes, sour and delicious. Looking at Inya, who was eating a tomato, the uncle felt a pang of regret. They were born from the same parents, so why was there such a big difference? The uncle sighed. He didn't care, just let it go. Senior sister, the Bai Luo family's kitchen was small, piled high with firewood. Sophia stood at the stove, her back to Bai Luo. Her silver hair was tied in a ponytail, an apron tied around her waist. Her homely attire replaced her heroic knightly attire with a casual attire. This didn't diminish her elegance, but rather made her seem more approachable. Unfortunately, senior sister wasn't the type of gentle older sister she'd been designed to be. Sophia's temperament was too aloof, and even the children in the village rarely played with her. It wasn't fear, but respect and admiration. In this respect, Inya was better than her sister. She was the village's happy person, and everyone loved her. Bai Luo is back. Sophia turned around and saw Bai Luo. The coldness on her face immediately melted, revealing a smile. Senior sister's gentleness blossomed only in Bai Luo's presence. It was only when she was with him that she felt more like a woman, not a powerful Valkyrie. You're back, Bai Luo said. You saw me earlier, right? Why didn't you call me? I didn't dare. If Bai Luo had sprained his back because of his sudden voice, that would have been embarrassing. Senior sister brought Bai Luo a basin of hot water and said with concern, Are you tired? Wash your face and get some rest. I'll call you after dinner. Not tired, not at all. After washing his face, Bai Luo refused to leave. He pulled a chair and sat behind senior sister. Gazing at her back, Bai Luo felt like he could eat 10 more bowls of rice tonight. Bai Luo had been a single man in his previous life. But hadn't he seen pigs run before? Senior sister was undoubtedly the most beautiful, elegant, and talented woman Bai Luo had ever seen in his 2 lives. So, from a young age, Bai Luo had been planning to conquer his senior sister. Now, the only thing standing between them was that final step. Go get some rest. Sophia couldn't do anything about Bai Luo, but she still urged him to get some. Also, congratulations on finding the miracle. You knew about it earlier than you did. Sophia had obviously searched for miracles herself, but it was precisely because of this that she knew how hard it was to obtain them. Only a true king could be blessed with a miracle. As for his senior sister and uncle, unfortunately, they were both losers. But now, Bai Luo had found the miracle, which was even more gratifying to them than finding it themselves. By the way, take a look at the gift I brought you. The senior sister turned around, her smile undiminished. It might be a little outdated, but it should be of some use. Oh? Spices. Bai Luo spotted a bag of spices in the kitchen. It wasn't very large, but the variety was incredibly rich. Clearly, the senior sister had collected them specifically for him. You've arrived just in time, Bai Luo said to his senior sister. We'll need them later. Thank you, senior sister, that's quite a coincidence. Sophia listened to Bai Luo's explanation of the first moment's sacred bag's power, a fact unknown to most people in Atón. They only knew it could conjure delicious food, but their uncle had told Bai Luo not to publicize the process, so even their senior sister was kept in the dark. Gift. Do I have it? Do I have it? Inya's cheerful voice rang from outside the door. The senior sister looked at her sister lovingly and smiled. It's here. Wow. Inya opened the package, revealing a colorful candy bar. It's candy. I love you so much, sister. Inya happily hugged her sister and stuffed her mouth with 5 candies at once, filling it to the brim. Bai Luo and Inya shared similar hobbies, eating. Unlike their uncle, their senior sister truly doted on Bai Luo. Even if she was eating spices as precious as gold dust, as long as Bai Luo was happy, she considered it worth it. I almost forgot, there's this. Sophia adjusted her clothes, removed her apron, and gracefully knelt before Bai Luo. She chose not to swear allegiance with a chivalric ceremony, but instead knelt as a woman, performing the ritual as a woman. Because before Bai Luo, she was not just a powerful warrior, but also his sister. I pledge my life to you, Sophia solemnly declared. I will protect you and your people, and fight for you at all costs. I will serve you as my king. Bai Luo did not stop her, he knew her character. During this solemn moment, Bai Luo stood silently, his head held high, chest puffed out, his mind silently calculating the seconds. I accept your service, As soon as the 3 minutes were up, Bai Luo immediately helped his sister to her feet. Hurry! Get up! His sister was formidable, the foremost expert in Atón, and even Bai Luo could not defeat her. Furthermore, his sister was a master of both civil and military arts, her intellect rivaling that of his uncle. Compared to Inya, they were like two different beings. Glancing at Inya, her mouth stuffed to the side, like a squirrel, Bai Luo felt his heart ache. Brother, do you want some? Seeing Bai Luo looking at her, Inya assumed he wanted her candy, so she generously spread out her hands. Take it. No, eat it yourself. Filled with regret, Bai Luo told her to go out and play on her own, as he had things to do with her senior sister. Inya, without a doubt, skipped off, presumably to show off her candy to the younger children. Is this the new food? Curiosity shone in her senior sister's eyes as she kneaded the dough with her hands. Bai Luo saw how skilled she was, yet she still asked such a question, which was rather odd. But then he thought of her senior sister's talent. Even on her first try, she'd instantly grasped the trick and applied it to other situations. Bai Luo was no longer surprised. Well, what do you think of the food I saw in my dream? Unlike the powder produced by grinding golden wheat, the flour produced by grinding this grain called wheat ferments beautifully. A similar method existed in this world. But due to the different ingredients, the lack of the concept of steaming, and the need for long-term storage, bread was often made instead of pasta. Bai Luo took wheat and barley, ground them into flour, and proposed recipes for buns, steamed buns, noodles, and flatbreads. Previously, with limited food and limited opportunities, and given that golden wheat tasted particularly bad after steaming, Bai Luo had tried it privately but abandoned the idea. But now, with the opportunity, Bai Luo's enthusiasm was instantly piqued. His uncle, knowing his passion for food, immediately developed the corresponding recipes based on Bai Luo's general descriptions. In less than 2 weeks, his uncle had replicated nearly every technique Bai Luo had mastered, even making the tools to make the dishes. Throughout the process, Bai Luo had only provided general directions. Fortunately, Bai Luo was already accustomed to his uncle's boasts. If he wasn't awesome, he wouldn't be my uncle. Oh, and one more thing. The development of soy sauce has begun, and my uncle seems to have found the trick, but because it takes so long, we haven't seen the finished product yet. Noodles tonight. Bai Luo had been enjoying his senior sister's cooking since he was a child. She was truly skilled. While the ingredients were limited and some flavors couldn't be altered, her cooking skills were truly exceptional. Just like these noodles, smooth, delicious, and springy, paired with a specially marinated pork cutlet, Inya couldn't even finish 6 bowls, not feeling satisfied. Only after her belly was full did she lie down on the couch. I can't eat any more. Hey, Bai Luo patted Inya's thigh. Don't lie down after you finish eating. Go for a walk. Hey, Inya grumbled, but since her elder brother had spoken, she had no choice but to obey. In the past, the people of Atón valued eating less and moving less because food was scarce. But now, with food becoming increasingly abundant, the people of Atón need to make full use of their food to grow better. Only by growing stronger can we better protect the Atón clan. Chapter 19 Writing. Another week or so passed. While Bai Luo carefully cared for Shirley, he continued to empty various provisions from his pockets to increase the Atón people's reserves. There were 80 Atón people in total, and even the children and the elderly possessed considerable strength. Bai Luo's plan was to initially stockpile 2,000 kilograms. As for the additional provisions, Bai Luo would not empty them, but instead store them in his pockets for easy carrying. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon begin their migration. At that time, excessive baggage would slow the group's progress. It would be better to only take as much as they could eat. The reason for carrying so much food was that they might trade with outsiders. Imagine if someone saw you carrying nothing and then conjured up thousands of kilograms of food out of thin air. Even the dumbest person would notice something fishy. Both his uncle and his senior sister agreed that now was not the time for Bai Luo to reveal his miracles. Only when their Atón people's numbers increased and they had trained a sufficient army, relying on the strength of their Atón bloodline, could they gain a foothold overseas. Not all Atón people were powerful. Only those who experience atavism can become as powerful as Bai Luo and Isifia. Sometimes, there are also examples like Schuster. But an Atón is, after all, an Atón. It's not the case that weak parents necessarily lead to weak children. The best example is Bai Luo. Bai Luo's father and uncle are brothers, but his physical fitness is only slightly better than Schuster's. Therefore, Even if Schuster grows up and marries and has children, his offspring will still provide valuable combat power to the Atón. Sacred Bag of First Moments, Contract, Bai Luo Atón Rank, lowest type, Miraculous Item Faction, Age of Twilight Ability 1, Imagine a crop you've eaten, and you can pour out its seeds and fruit no larger than your fist, but the maximum daily output is 200 kilograms. Instructions: think of food and turn the bag upside down to release the seeds and fruit. Perhaps due to his continued use of the Sacred Bag of First Moments, Bai Luo noticed a slight difference in the description of it in the Black Book this morning. It's gotten bigger. First, the upper limit went from 100 kilograms to 200 kilograms. Furthermore, the fruit's capacity was also limited, from the size of the original thumb to the size of the owner's fist. My fist, Bai Luo observed his fist. It wasn't huge, but it was definitely not small either. When clenched, it was more than enough to hold fruits like apples, peaches, and oranges. Try it. Bai Luo imagined apples in his mind, then felt his pocket grow heavier. He tilted his hand downward, and the pocket began to pour apples onto the ground with a clattering sound. It worked. Bai Luo had originally thought that miracles were limited to this, but who would have thought it could actually strengthen and improve? Bai Luo hurried to find his uncle. I've heard that miracles aren't static, but rather they continuously strengthen as the owner's capacity increases, the uncle said. I don't know the limit of this pocket, but it's definitely far from reaching its limit. In other words, the pocket might only be able to hold small items now, but in the future, it might even be able to pour out vegetables and medicinal herbs. What can I pour out now? Fruit, Bai Luo smiled. He had been hoping his pocket would produce fruit from his past life, but he didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. This is an apple, this is an orange, this is a peach, and this is a tomato. Thinking this way, Bai Luo tried to imagine a carrot, and to his surprise, he actually pulled one out of his pocket. That works too. The size of a fist seemed to refer to volume, not shape. While the carrot was longer, even when folded, it was no bigger than a fist. Oh, and then there were the crucial potatoes. Potatoes aren't seeds, but tubers, but the pocket seemed to assume they were no bigger than a fist, so they could be poured out too. Sure enough, the potatoes fell out too. Try these. Unfortunately, Bai Luo failed with several of his imagined creations. So how do you determine that? He could pour out potatoes, but not ginseng. He could pour out onions, but not broccoli. Does it have to evolve again before I can pour out those things? Uncle, what's the maximum number of times a miracle can evolve? I don't know either. Uncle had a relatively good understanding of miracles, but he wasn't omniscient. Miracles were too mysterious, leaving Bai Luo to explore everything on his own. Uncle could only offer a rough guide. Now that we have ample supplies, it's time to reorganize our tribe, Uncle said. I plan to select some children from the tribe and teach them combat techniques. They may not be combat ready right away, but at least they'll have the ability to protect themselves along the way. Yes, Bai Luo agreed with Uncle's suggestion. He said, will we concentrate on training, swordsmanship? Inya, senior sister's swordsmanship, inherited from Uncle, was incredibly strong, and she was also a skilled teacher, making her a perfect fit. Martial arts, let Knowles teach. Knowles was the eldest son of the White Eagle family. He excelled with spears, and lances and long spears were crucial weapons on the battlefield. Archery training will be provided by Jella, John, and the children of the Greenwood clan. The Greenwood clan, members of the Atón clan, have been forest nurturers for over 100 years. Their archery skills are remarkable, not quite as impressive as those of senior sister and Bai Luo, but not far behind. As for the throwing axe, I'll personally teach them. There are 80 Atón people in total, with only 10 adolescents. There are 5 or 6 older people, plus a few women in their 30s and 40s, leaving about 40 children. This represents the current demographic breakdown of the entire Atón clan. They are Bai Luo's trusted soldiers, and any casualties would be heartbreaking, so the uncle couldn't help but treat them with utmost care. Fortunately, in 5 or 6 years, most of the children in the village will have reached adolescence. By then, we'll have personnel available. Bai Luo naturally trusted the Atón clan more than outsiders, that was for sure. Therefore, Bai Luo's goal was for them to become managers and leaders in the future. This required not only strong personal strength but also literacy and professional development. This, precisely, is the current weakness of the Atón clan. In the past, they barely had enough to eat, so how many people would bother to study? The requirements for literacy aren't too high, Just being able to write our Atón language is enough. The old uncle clearly had his own plan. After discussing it with him, Bai Luo agreed. But also felt they had plenty of time to figure it out. Alright, I'll give this task to Brother Shan. He understands this. Shan Wang was a former adventurer, having traveled extensively and possessed extraordinary knowledge. He was the only civil servant Bai Luo could currently utilize. These days, Shan Wang has been responsible for almost all of the personnel counts, daily routines, and food distribution. The old uncle has a lot to research, and his devotion and dedication to the Atón clan rivals his own. Furthermore, at 70 years old, he hopes to shed a last ounce of light and energy on the Atón clan in his remaining years. Grandpa Shan Wang is getting old. Uncle, you should make sure he gets more rest. Having given these instructions, Bai Luo left the house and headed straight for Shirley's stable. This has been Bai Luo's habit these days. He comes to observe Shirley's leg injury every day and then changes the dressing regularly. The old uncle guessed Bai Luo's purpose for doing this. But he didn't think Shirley was a miracle. He just thought that Bai Luo had developed this habit after obtaining a miracle, and whenever he encountered something strange, he wanted to try it. The old uncle was not surprised by this. Only after Bai Luo failed a few more times would he understand that miracles are not so easy to obtain. Obtaining one is already as difficult as ascending to heaven, and two. Even the old uncle has never heard of any miracle master who possesses two miracles. Shirley was extremely happy to see Bai Luo. Because of the miracle contract, Shirley has already realized the relationship between Bai Luo and herself. He is her master, a king who needs to be served, protected, and fought for with everything. Oh, very good, very good. Bai Luo stroked Shirley's fur, then pulled a fresh carrot from his primordial sacred bag. Here, I'll treat you to something new today. Crunch. Shirley took a bite of the carrot, and the crisp texture made her eyes light up. Delicious. The freshness, the fragrance, and the subtle sweetness made Shirley, who had tasted many delicious foods in recent days, let out a joyful cry. Delicious, right? Bai Luo patted Shirley's head. Stand back a bit, I'll fill the trough for you. With that, Bai Luo poured 10 pounds of carrots into the trough as a snack for Shirley. Call me anytime you want some in the future. I don't have much else here, but I have as much food as you want. Shirley had been living with Bai Luo for almost a week, and she had completely fallen in love with this place and with Bai Luo. And now, she felt her injuries were almost healed. Although Bai Luo doted on her and still kept her in good stead, as a horse, Shirley longed to run freely in the open fields. Nay. So, Shirley whinnied a few times, but she didn't cross the trough on her own initiative, because Bai Luo was her master. Shirley couldn't ignore Bai Luo's advice and run around everywhere. She had to be a sensible girl, well-behaved and docile. Of course, only in front of Bai Luo. Anyone else who tried to touch her, other than Bai Luo, her recognized master, would anger him. Do you want to come out? Nay. Shirley was even happier to see that her master understood. So, Bai Luo led Shirley out of the stable without a leash. Bai Luo felt that Shirley was a miraculous creature, not just an ordinary horse. She was more like a companion and a friend, not livestock. If Shirley ran away and didn't come back, Bai Luo wouldn't blame her. He would simply consider it his own fault. He had failed to complete the task in the Black Book, and therefore missed out on this miracle. It had nothing to do with Shirley. However, Shirley did not disappoint Bai Luo. She stood there, hoping that Bai Luo would write on her. Can I? Bai Luo naturally knew what Shirley meant, but he remembered the words in the Black Book. Shirley did not like to be ridden by others. But that was in the past. Now, Bai Luo is the master recognized by Shirley, and the only master. If there is still one person in the world who is qualified to ride her, that person must be Bai Luo. Only her king can ride on her and control her. Okay then, Bai Luo did not act pretentiously. He jumped on the horse with a nimble and unrestrained movement. There is a forest to the south. Go to the east, there is a sea of flowers over there, which will surely satisfy you. Chapter 20 Pegasus. Shirley's speed wasn't particularly fast, but she ran steadily. With her wisdom, Shirley knew how to maintain balance and provide comfort for the master on her back. Galloping along, Bai Luo didn't even need to control himself. Shirley carried him across the meadows and through the sea of flowers, startling countless butterflies, bees, and birds. And so, they reached the eastern end, blocked by a river. We've reached the end. Bai Luo looked at the river ahead. patted Shirley's neck, and smiled. The water's deep, we can't cross. If you're not satisfied yet, why not run along the river? Squeak. Bai Luo could sense Shirley's displeasure. Not at him, but at herself, frustrated at being blocked by the river, unable to continue traversing the land with her master. Her wounds have healed, and she recognizes you as her master. All beings light the torch illuminates all. Now, you will be the one to show her the way. When she understands her direction, she will lead her forward, never to lose her way. The words on the black book changed again. It was a riddle. But for so many days, Bai Luo had speculated and pondered it more than once. Now, Bai Luo was almost certain what he should do. Shirley, let me ask you a question. Bai Luo, do you know what's the fastest thing in the world? Shirley couldn't speak, so naturally, she couldn't answer Bai Luo. But she could understand and think. What was the fastest thing? Shirley's knowledge was limited. She thought it was the birds in the sky, those eagles. They flew so fast that she probably wouldn't be able to catch up in her lifetime. Bai Luo didn't know how to motivate Shirley. He could only try to take out all the knowledge in his stomach. Shirley, look ahead. Do you see it? This river. Bai Luo rode Shirley. The horse's hooves hesitated and wandered left and right. It blocked us, but it's not very deep. It's still easy for you to cross it, but there's no use crossing it, Bai Luo said calmly, because there is a dense forest on the other side of the river. It's not suitable for running. Shirley's IQ is only at the level of an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old child. Bai Luo can't tell her profound principles. He can only go from shallow to deep, step by step. After passing the forest, there are high mountains. Behind the mountains is the endless sea. The sea, you haven't seen the sea yet, right? The sea is really dangerous. Bai Luo thought of the only time he traveled to the sea in his previous life, and the storm he encountered. Storm, tsunami, and sharks. Hiss. Oh, I forgot. You don't know sharks, but you know wild boars, right? Well, they're scarier than that. In Shirley's opinion, the tin-toothed beast is already in existence that can kill her in seconds, and it is even more terrifying than the tin-toothed boar. Shirley, danger. Do you understand what I'm saying? Bai Luo spoke softly, as if teaching a child, gently and coaxing her. If we can get through, then no matter how long it takes, we'll reach our destination sooner or later. Stroking Shirley's neck, Bai Luo sighed. But if we can't get through, if we can't overcome the obstacles ahead, then no matter how fast we go, we won't get anywhere. So, if there's something in this world that's faster than anything else, Bai Luo smiled like an old father eagerly awaiting his daughter's growth. It must be freedom. Go wherever you want. If a river blocks your way, wade through it. If a forest blocks your way, cross it. If a mountain blocks your way, climb over it. Go where we can see. Go where they can't even see. Hiss. At that moment, Shirley seemed to understand something. An invisible force surged within her. Shirley didn't know what it was. But it was so powerful that it gave her an unprecedented sense of confidence. Shirley, Bai Luo noticed Shirley's restlessness, but instead of feeling uneasy, he was filled with anticipation. Do you want to give it a try? It's okay, you can do whatever you want now. Shirley wanted to move forward, but she was afraid of getting her master wet. But Bai Luo said, don't worry about me, go wherever you want to go. Bai Luo's voice had always been soft, but this time, he spoke loudly. He wanted to encourage Shirley, to encourage his child, to be brave and stride forward. Go. Bai Luo's voice made Shirley's eyes grow more determined. At that moment, it was as if an invisible force was gathering within Shirley, and Bai Luo's voice had opened the floodgates, allowing it to be released. There was a river ahead, and even if Shirley crossed, she would get soaked. But Shirley simply felt she could make it. I can. A mere river can't stop me. Confidence, overwhelming confidence. Go. Bai Luo's command was like the gunshot before a race, causing Shirley to forget everything else and reflexively rush forward, accelerating. Paw. Shirley's horse hoof stepped out of the riverbed and headed straight for the water's surface. However, an incredible scene occurred. Ripples rippled on the water's surface, spreading out in all directions with Shirley's foot as the center. Then came the second, the third, and even Shirley's entire body stepped out, taking Bai Luo with her, and they stepped on the river water that was at least 2 meters deep and ran on the surface. Success, Bai Luo shouted in his heart, thinking that his attempt was successful. Bai Luo immediately looked at the black book and found that the content on the second page had changed. Let her continue to run at full speed and awaken her power, Master. We are coming, surely. A girl's voice suddenly rang in Bai Luo's mind. She was very childish and sounded only 7 or 8 years old. Bai Luo did not think about it, and he did not have time to communicate with Shirley. What he needed to do now was to follow the instructions in the black book and fully awaken Shirley's power. Don't stop. Speed up, Shirley. See the forest ahead? Recall the feeling of stepping over the water just now. Keep going. Yes, Master. Shirley was unaware of the special connection she had forged with Bai Luo. All she wanted at this moment was to run freely across this land with Bai Luo. Thump, thump, thump. Shirley began to run along the water, her speed increasing. So fast, this wasn't Shirley's usual speed. It was like a gust of wind, yet Bai Luo felt no discomfort at all, instead finding it incredibly thrilling. The forest drew closer, the towering trees, over 10 meters tall, becoming a second obstacle blocking Shirley's path. Step over it, just like stepping over water, step over it. With a neigh from Shirley, the pure white divine horse leaped into the air. Bai Luo felt the surroundings sway as he soared into the sky. An invisible glimmer lit up beneath Shirley's feet, as if an invisible runway were hoisting her high. She stepped on the non-existent steps and leaped once more, leaping across the forest ahead and running into the sky. But it wasn't enough. Not enough. Too slow. Shirley was no longer satisfied with her own pace. She wanted to go even faster, to truly soar with Bai Luo across the boundless sky, to bring him limitless freedom. Hiss. With a clear and resonant hiss, Shirley released all the suppressed power within her. A pair of pure white wings spread out on either side of her body, their crystal-like feathers gleaming in the sunlight, like the most perfect work of art. Finally stepping onto the stage of this world, Pegasus, name, Shirley contract, Shiro Atón rank, lower type, miracle creature faction, Northward Earth contract method, heal her injuries, then personally carry her home. Awakening method, explain the meaning of true freedom. Ability 1, with her, you will never be lost. Ability 2, overcome all obstacles and constraints. Ability 3, she will be the perfect weapon on the battlefield, making you invincible. Pegasus, Shiro had suspected this, but seeing Shirley's full information revealed on the second page of the black book still filled him with excitement. Unlike the first moment's sacred pouch, Shirley was obtained through untold hardships. Furthermore, Shirley possessed spirituality, making her a companion capable of communication with Shirley. By becoming Shirley's miracle creature, Shirley established a special channel of communication with the Lord of Miracles, allowing Shirley to understand her words. Shirley, Shirley, can you hear me? Yes, is that the master? Shirley was astonished. She hadn't heard her master speak, yet she heard his voice. Feel yourself. You're no ordinary horse. You're now a miraculous creature, a Pegasus. Bai Luo shared the information about Pegasus with Shirley. Shirley carefully sensed the connection and immediately realized her inseparable connection with Bai Luo. Miraculous creatures and their masters are inseparable, life and death. As long as the master lives, even if a miracle creature dies, it will not die. Instead, it will resurrect at the master's side after a period of time. Just as a miracle object cannot be lost, a miracle creature cannot be killed. The only way to truly destroy a miracle creature is to kill its master. Once the master dies, the miracle creature's power will quickly dissipate, and its spirit, shorn of its master's departure, will no longer harbor any desire to live. Miraculous creatures will be buried with their masters, following their masters. They were born for one person, lived for him, and with the king's fall, they became the dust of history. Chapter 21, Don't waste time before you have 6 items. Is Shirley no ordinary horse? Of course, Bai Luo could sense Shirley's closeness to him. Even if the whole world betrayed him, Shirley would stand by him. Miracle creatures never cared whether their masters were good or evil. Their purpose was to fulfill their master's wishes. As long as they pleased, they would do whatever they were told. Absolutely docile, absolutely well-behaved, absolutely loyal, and never betrayed. Shirley, you're a Pegasus, the only Pegasus in the world. Miracles are unique. Perhaps there had been a Pegasus in the past, but that was another one, not Shirley from Bai Luo's family. Similarly, unless Bai Luo fell, there would only be one place in the world where Pegasus could exist, Atón. Pegasus would belong exclusively to the Atón clan, exclusively to him. I don't understand. Shirley was psychic, But her knowledge was limited, and she didn't quite understand Bai Luo's meaning. But as a Pegasus, she could clearly sense her own power and her mission. Master, Shirley will take you across this land. Wherever you wish to go, Shirley will take you. With that, Shirley flapped her wings fiercely. Bai Luo felt no inertia, yet the scenery beneath her feet receded at an astonishing speed. Fast. Unimaginably fast. Shirley soared through the air, wings spread high, yet swifter and more agile than a bird. Whoosh, whoosh, the whistling of the wind could be heard in his ears, not so loud, as if blocking out the excessive noise. His face didn't feel torn by the wind, but instead a refreshing breeze caressed it, like a woman's hand, gentle as water. This is, Bai Luo rode on Shirley's back, gazing into the distance, overlooking the rolling mountains before him. He felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, and he resisted the urge to shout, "I've flown on planes in my past life, but this is nothing compared to this." Everyone dreams of flying. The taste of freedom, once tasted, it's unforgettable. Bai Luo had never seen the world from this distance. Even the cable cars and airplanes of his previous life were completely different. Perhaps hang gliding and skydiving could come close, but they couldn't compare to the experience of a Pegasus. This was a miraculous experience. "Can you go faster, Shirley?" Yes, Shirley sped up, and then sped up again, leaving only a streak of white light in the sky. Bai Luo didn't know what it felt like to race, but riding Shirley, Bai Luo experienced the thrill and excitement of such speed for the first time. "What about the altitude?" Bai Luo asked. "Can we go higher, Shirley, take you up?" Shirley wanted nothing more than to show her master her best side. She climbed higher and higher, reaching a point in the blink of an eye where even birds couldn't reach. This was supposed to be a dangerous undertaking. Yet, both Shirley and Bai Luo felt a sense of naturalness. If she couldn't even conquer the sky, was she still a Pegasus? Shirley was a Pegasus. No matter how high, no matter how far, nothing could stop her wings, her steps. Enough, enough, enough. Bai Luo secretly congratulated himself on not having a fear of heights. From their current altitude, they could no longer see anything on the ground. All they could see was green, blue, and brown. Yet the earth remained endless. Bai Luo hadn't seen the arc that ended like the earth's sky. This only made Bai Luo even more curious about what the world looked like. "You asked me how I felt." Bai Luo heard Shirley's question, smiled, and whispered, "It's like the whole world is lying at my feet." From this vantage point, overlooking the world, Bai Luo felt boundless ambition. But he knew it was an illusion. Even with Shirley and the first Saint pouch, Bai Luo was still incredibly weak. If he felt invincible because of this, not only Bai Luo, but the entire Atón people would be doomed. "It's far from the time I can do whatever I want," Bai Luo chuckled to himself. Instead of being loud and clear, he chose to quietly develop. Until he had all 6 items, he would never recklessly play jungle. Whatever master wants to do, Shirley will help him. Shirley had the heart of a child, incredibly innocent. In Shirley's mind, as long as Bai Luo was happy, she was content. "Yes," Bai Luo patted Shirley's neck. "From now on, I'll be relying on you. Come to think of it, is this thing the reason I'm safe here?" Bai Luo raised his hand and found it blocked by an invisible energy shield. It was a thin membrane, not rigid in texture. Like a bubble, it enveloped Bai Luo's movements, shielding him from direct exposure to the outside air. This was a form of protection, allowing the Pegasus's owner to travel safely with his mount. Is there anything out there? Bai Luo felt that this world should still conform to physics. The oxygen was thin at high altitudes, and as a mortal, he certainly couldn't breathe there. But Shirley actually poked her head through the transparent light membrane and peered outside, as if helping Bai Luo survey the surroundings. "Shirley, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Shirley was no ordinary creature. She was a Pegasus. She could move freely across the sky, even the ocean, and traverse it with ease. "Don't do that again. It's too dangerous." Bai Luo warned Shirley not to be so reckless in the future. Shirley nodded repeatedly, like Bai Luo's obedient little daughter. "Let's go back first." Bai Luo gently stroked Shirley's fur. Now that he could understand her, he knew she loved this touch. "Yes, master." Shirley gave Bai Luo no time to prepare. She hurtled down, yet Bai Luo felt no sense of weightlessness, not even a backward tilt from the sudden acceleration. Furthermore, Shirley's back was unique. No matter how he swayed from side to side, he wouldn't fall. The wonders of this miraculous creature were beyond Bai Luo's comprehension. Shirley's power was far more than just this. but truly unleashing her full potential would take a long time, so Bai Luo was in no rush. "We're here, right up ahead," riding Shirley. Bai Luo flew straight back to Atón village, so fast it could be described as flying. Huh? At that moment, the old uncle, who was working on the ironwork, frowned, and the senior sister, who was sewing fur, also looked up. It was quiet, but the two could still hear a roar from high above, a sound like the flapping of a giant bird's wings, passing overhead. A flying monster, an enemy attack. The two hurried out, the old uncle holding a spear, the senior sister plucked a bow and arrow from the wall, and followed the old uncle. This is it, however, as they watched the figure descending from the sky, radiating a faint white light, shrouded in holiness and purity, they were both stunned. The snow-white horse, its wings as crystal clear as ice and snow. On her back, Bai Luo waved and laughed. "Uncle. Senior sister. I found a new miracle, thanks to the leader of Emperor Soar Starry Morning Deo. 10 more chapters will be added after the release. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, Battle of Revenge. The Atonians gathered in a circle and, presided over by the old man, once again performed the miracle oath ceremony. Yes, that's right, the 3-minute kneeling ceremony. Bai Luo, clad in his silver fur coat, observed the devout crowd. He didn't quite understand the significance of the ceremony, but for now, he could only serve as a mascot, like a statue. Everyone was so serious, and Bai Luo had to observe the atmosphere. However, most people would never experience this kind of ceremony in their lifetime, and even if they did, it would only be once at most. Yet, the Atonians had performed 2 miracle oath ceremonies in just 2 weeks. The elders, who knew the significance of miracles, were thrilled. A second one. Bai Luo had found a second miracle. The ceremony quickly concluded, and the crowd buzzed with discussion. While the elders, those unaware of the rarity of miracles, were more focused on Shirley than the elders. Shirley carried Bai Luo on her back, and around her, 4 horses knelt, their heads bowed, touching the grass, like subjects paying homage to a queen. Bai Luo is the king of the Atón, and Shirley is the queen of horses. "What is this? A horse, but with wings, how amazing," Brother Bai Luo said. "This is Pegasus." "Pegasus Shirley, a flying horse, is it a bird or a horse?" Shirley was surrounded by people, but she didn't feel unhappy. The eyes of the Atón people were filled with awe and admiration. It was like when celebrities traveled, the common people eagerly awaited them, cheering and shouting. Look at Inya, so envious, how she wished she could be in Shirley's shoes. "Shirley, you've become a big star." Bai Luo didn't explain, he simply said, "They are my people, and in the future, they will be yours." Miracles will not only protect their king, but also the king's country and his subjects. Shirley will protect them. Shirley had a good sense of the Atón people. During the week she was recuperating here, Maya and Ziester often picked wild fruits for her to eat. The Atón people had very few horses. Besides Shirley, there were only 4. "I heard it's a miraculous creature. So there are so many kinds of miracles." Jella and her brother John watched Shirley from afar, both in awe. "What a divine steed. I've never seen such a majestic horse, and if it can fly, how can we defeat it?" Bow and arrow, not only the Greenwood siblings, but also Norse and Fyra of the White Eagle family, regarded Shirley with immense admiration. They had seen many monsters in their previous journeys through the mountains, but none could compare to Shirley, not even Silvermane. Especially Norse. As a warrior and a powerful member of the Atón clan, he could vaguely sense the gap between himself and Shirley. "If I make an enemy of her, I'll die." This wasn't just Norse's thought, it was the intuitive feeling shared by everyone. Shirley was powerful. But just how powerful, Bai Luo, and even Shirley herself, didn't know. Miraculous creature, the second miracle, incredible, too incredible. The old uncle showed a rare lack of composure. The hand holding his pipe trembled slightly. He looked at Bai Luo, and the more he looked at him, the happier he became. He was even more excited than when Bai Luo obtained the Chumeng holy bag. Because Bai Luo had found the second miracle, he had once again proved himself. He was the king destined by heaven. If it wasn't destiny, who could win the lottery twice in a row? Getting one miracle is 1 in a million. And the same person getting 2 miracles. This was something even the old uncle had never heard of. Maybe it happened in mythology, but the old uncle really didn't know about it among the living. But now, Bai Luo did it. He did what only the king in mythology could do, and the old uncle was proud of Bai Luo. Of course, there was another more important reason. That was Bai Luo's second miracle was a horse. Even a fool knew that horses could fight. This was a miracle with combat capabilities. Great, that's great. The old uncle patted Bai Luo's shoulders excitedly. He said, with Pegasus, oh, her name is Shirley, right, with this girl, we can cultivate a unique type of soldier and army unique Traton, type of soldier. Bai Luo was familiar with the term, yet unfamiliar. But there's only one Shirley. Bai Luo had heard from his uncle that miracle creatures were unique and could not be replicated. That's not a problem, the old uncle said. Miracle creatures are the source of miracle power. With the first one, a second will be born, a third, and then a whole new race will be formed. You mean, let Shirley reproduce? No, that's not reproduction. The old uncle was well versed in miracle creatures. He said, most miracle creatures themselves don't have the ability to reproduce, but they contain extraordinary miracle power. By bestowing this miracle power, ordinary species can become miracle derivatives, or even more powerful miracle races. Miracle races and miracle creatures are interconnected. Acquiring a miracle creature will inevitably lead to the development of a miracle race, sooner or later. Acquiring a miracle race also has a certain chance of giving rise to the king of the race, the miracle creature. But miracle creatures are unique, no two are exactly alike. What about Shirley? I need to research, said the old uncle. Different miracle creatures have different methods of producing miracle offspring. We need to observe and see what Shirley is like. Now, Xiao Luo led the others to test Shirley's abilities. Miracle creatures are different from miracle objects. They possess immense power upon awakening, said the old uncle. If I'm not mistaken, we might not be her match. Strength, speed, physique, defense, resistance, and weaknesses. Xiao Luo, you need to understand Shirley's specifics. It would be embarrassing if even Bai Luo, the master, didn't know Shirley's abilities. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. That's the bare minimum. Test, the old uncle left, and the senior sister took over, compiling Shirley's approximate stats. Let's start with strength, a strength test. The White Eagles, the Greenwoods, and Inya, senior sister selected the adult men and women from the clan, Nels and Fyra from the White Eagles, Jared and John from the Greenwoods, and Inya, a total of 5. Not all Atonians possessed the same strength as Bai Luo, but they were generally stronger than outsiders. Take Bai Luo, for example, who could carry 500 kilograms on his shoulders and even cross mountains. Among the Atonians, only senior sister possessed greater physical prowess than Bai Luo. Of the remaining 5, Knowles possessed the best aptitude, while Fyra and Jera were similar, though each still somewhat behind Bai Luo. There were also a number of women, around 30 in their 20s to 40, who weren't as powerful as the annihilated. However, since every Atonian soldier was a soldier, and after training, 3 or 5 women could easily replace one, so Bai Luo didn't dare underestimate them. This test involved nearly every adult in Atón. The first test they conducted was Shirley's strength, measuring how much weight she could lift. Soon, the test results came in one after another, and the faces of the Atón people changed from initial curiosity to current horror. A senior sister took a wooden board to the side, recording the data. Her eyesight was no less than that of the old uncle, and she quickly compiled a rough estimate of the data. Is this a miracle creature? A simple conclusion, the Atón people tried every trick they could to deal with Shirley, but they couldn't find a way to deal with her. No matter how cunning, no matter how devised the plan, no matter how many people were mobilized, it was all in vain. How can we deal with this? It's so hopeless. Is the gap between us and miracle creatures so huge? The Atón people finally understood the frustration that the old uncle had once felt. No matter how hard they tried, no matter how much they trained, they were still powerless when faced with a miracle creature. The senior sister presented the test results to the old uncle. The old man took one look and shook his head, saying, Fiya, you underestimated? I've tried my best. Shirley has only just become Xiao Luo's miracle. She's constantly growing stronger and awakening new abilities, the old uncle said, so we need to make an estimate based on this. If you don't think beyond the intelligence, the old uncle said to everyone, facing miracles, there's only one way to go, always unexpected, isn't it? Unlike her gentle demeanor at home, The senior sister approached the battle with a seriousness. I understand, father, miracles will only be more powerful than you imagine. If you can't stay 3, or even 10, steps ahead, relying solely on data and information on paper, you'll pay a heavy price. The old uncle knew Shirley's power long ago, beyond imagination. He had seen miracle creatures with other mystical abilities before, but even a fraction of their power, let alone miracle creatures, was no match for even the old uncle. Furthermore, miracle creatures are immortal. Even if you destroy it, as long as the miracle lord remains alive, the miracle creature will resurrect. This gives miracle creatures the advantage of being consumable, making them truly invincible on the battlefield. Are we setting off? We can, the old uncle agreed with Bai Luo. To avoid further delays, reaching the overseas island a day earlier will allow us to escape the control of the Earl and the Iron Eagle King a day earlier. Although you, Xiao Luo, possess 2 miracles, Earl Thorn has possessed them for 80 years, one is a rookie, the other a veteran miracle lord. It's difficult to say that Earl Thorn is necessarily superior to Bai Luo right now, the comparison is difficult. After all, not many people know what Earl Thorn's miracles are. While miracle lords utilize miracles, they often conceal the true nature of the miracles, using only the power of the miracles. Just like Bai Luo's territory grows potatoes and sweet potatoes, how many people will ever know about these miracle derivatives, the ones that pour out of his pocket? The holy bag of first but is the true source of this miracle. In comparison, the entire nation's agriculture is merely a product of its miracle power. Similarly, Shirley isn't a miracle that can be used at will in the future. It's like an infinite gold mine. Gold is fundamental, but money makes a nation and a people strong and prosperous. How this money is spent, whether to build an army or improve people's livelihoods, depends on the wisdom of the miracle lord. In the future, the Atón people will receive Shirley's gift and the power of miracles, becoming even more powerful. However, Shirley is a trump card, so the Atón people will undoubtedly do their utmost to conceal her information, preventing her weaknesses from being discovered and targeted. By the way, Uncle, Bai Luo asked, if we kill a few people now, will it hinder the migration plan? Hearing Bai Luo's words, the Norse siblings, Jera siblings, and Inya all turned to him. Especially the Jera siblings, who often hunted beasts for the Atón, their eyes were filled with surprise. They had guessed who Bai Luo was going to kill. Finally, can I have revenge? They remained silent, waiting quietly for their uncle and senior sister's judgment. Bai Luo knew his position. He was a leader, a king, but not a wise man with all the foresight. He had the power to make decisions, but he also had the obligation to protect his people. If a personal vendetta led to the ruin of the entire Atón clan, Bai Luo would rather continue to endure it. Some people can't be killed yet, the old uncle was referring to the soldiers under Earl of Thorn. They had done nothing wrong, they were simply following orders. The source of the heavy taxes and grain collection lay in the greed of the powerful. Moreover, if they were attacked, Earl of Thorn would know that they were at a critical juncture. They couldn't afford to lose their advantage over the enemy because of such a small matter. Yes, I know, Bai Luo said. I'll investigate first. If there are any, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, it's never too late, but some people truly deserve to die. The old uncle's attitude towards the profiteers who had exploited the Atón people for nearly a decade was exactly the same as Bai Luo's. In the past, due to lack of capital, the Atón people dared not expose themselves, and even had to constantly restrain themselves. But now, they had the capital. Only by killing these men could the humiliation the Atón people had endured over the years be washed away. The caravan will arrive in a few days. The old uncle had actually calculated the time accurately. He told Bai Luo, these people are always separated from the Lord's soldiers, but they will bring some mercenaries. Mercenaries are desperate criminals whose deaths would not matter to many. You are a leader now, the master of miracles. I've never heard of anyone possessing 2 miracles at once. In the old uncle's eyes, Bai Luo was the king destined by destiny. If you want to do it, then do it. All the Atón people would obey Bai Luo's will and fight for him. This naturally included the old uncle. The old uncle stepped back and motioned for everyone to gather in front of Bai Luo to listen to the king's upcoming orders. Humiliation must be washed away with blood, Bai Luo shouted to all the Atón people. For 10 years, they've oppressed and deceived us, forcing us to sell our precious furs and mountain delicacies at low prices. This wolf fur, they bought with 4 large copper coins of coarse grain. And then resold it for 1 large gold coin, 100,000. A profit thousands of times greater. Live a carefree life. These merchants monopolized the access to the mountains, preventing any other merchants from entering. And the Atón people, fearing discovery, could only feign ignorance and stupidity. Every hunt, the furs and mountain delicacies they brought out were carefully controlled in quantity and quality, minimizing the risk of attracting attention. Had these merchants been kinder to the Atón people, they wouldn't have been so furious. Time and again, they kept pushing their limits. They deserved to die, Bai Luo finished, and the Atón people present echoed him. They had endured humiliation for 10 years, keeping a low profile. But now, they finally had to endure it no longer. The people of Atón are not rabbits, they are wolves and lions. They remember favors, but they also seek revenge. Revenge, kill them, please let me go with you, and me. Bai Luo was quite powerful, and with Pegasus, he could achieve a swift victory. But with just him and Shirley, there would inevitably be some gaps, so Bai Luo planned to bring more people to ensure no one survived. Those who want to go, bring your equipment and meet at the village entrance tomorrow evening. Bai Luo, for this operation, I have only one request of you, leave no one behind. Yes, the morale of the Atón people was high. After years of suppression, they now had abundant food and 2 weeks of recuperation, and most of them had regained their strength and vitality. Even the women volunteered to fight. However, Bai Luo needed them to stay behind to protect the children, so he declined. Moreover, this operation didn't require a large number of people. With Bai Luo, Shirley, and their senior sister, concealment was more important than combat effectiveness. So, with Bai Luo as the captain, senior sister as the deputy captain, plus Inya, Knowles, Angela, a total of 5 people, were all members who attacked and killed the profiteer and avenged the grudge. Chapter 23, Barbarians of Mount Atón. Knowles and Phyra released their white eagles, and half a day later, they returned with news: the caravan was approaching. The advantage of a high-altitude view gave the Atonians ample time to prepare. An ambush requires choosing a good position. Being too far away and being discovered too early would be a disaster. Go into the mountains, forget about sustainability. Take as much prey as you can these few days, bring back everything you see and encounter. Meanwhile, Jello and John of the Greenwood clan led the others into the mountains. They unleashed their fury, hunting wild animals and making jerky from them. While grain alone could satisfy, the Atonians preferred meat. With the upcoming relocation, they didn't care about the loss of a large number of wild animals in the mountains. Everyone let loose, hunting as they pleased, much to their delight. Are you all there? In the setting sun, Bai Luo rode Shirley, while his senior sister rode a brown warhorse, a birthday gift from his uncle 4 years ago. Bai Luo named it Radish. Inya, Knowles, and Jello were also on horses. Including Luabo, they had 4 horses in the village of Atón. My senior sister and I will go ahead to scout for any ambushes and eliminate any unforeseen circumstances. Everyone else, Bai Luo said, attack the camp as planned. Yes, sir. The 5, led by Knowles, wore solemn expressions. Having received professional training from their uncle, they were not only exceptionally capable individually but also had excellent teamwork. I'll go west, you go east. Yes, Bai Luo nodded. He glanced at his senior sister and said, let's go. The 5 of them plunged directly into the deep forest, where wild beasts roamed, including some terrifying monsters. However, the Atón people were not afraid of them. Even if they couldn't defeat them, avoiding and repelling them wouldn't take much effort. And they had their senior sister, nicknamed Monster Slayer and Slayer in Atón. If it weren't for the incredibly low meat yield from monsters, the highest being only 10%, tin-tusked boar, with their senior sister around, the Atón people wouldn't have to worry too much about food. But even so, senior sister would still go into the mountains occasionally to practice her skills on monsters. Now, as soon as senior sister entered the forest, the monsters would retreat. Even when hunting Silvermane, Uncle asked her to stay away. Otherwise, with Silvermane's ability to sense the breath, he would definitely not choose to fight with senior sister. After all, she is a monster among monsters. Such exquisite fur, how did those mountain barbarians get it? This is a camp with a fence 3 meters high, mainly used to defend against wild beasts, not their own kind. In the camp, the bonfire illuminated the face of a wealthy man dressed as a gentleman. He looked at the wolf fur in his hand. It was not his thing, but another merchant's. This is a snow wolf hide, a rare find. In the Marquess of King Quin's territory, It could fetch at least 7 or 8 small gold coins, the man said. The Marquise loves clothes made of this stuff. She never tires of them. How much does it cost? The merchant, clearly new, chuckled and boasted, only 5 pounds of grain for one, haha. And that's coarse grain. Ha ha ha. He wasn't the only one laughing. All the merchants shared a greedy grin. There's only one way in and out of the mountains. The land in those barbarian villages is very poor. And they can't grow much. We'll trade grain for these mountain folk for mountain goods. If they don't sell, they'll starve to death. The only downside is that there are so few of them. After all, they're just a few barbarians. Snow wolves are tough to hunt. It's a good thing we can get a few. Hunting mountain monsters is difficult for ordinary people, and even if they succeed, it comes at a high price. The Atón people are low-key, concealing their talents. At the same time, for the sake of sustainable development, to allow the already scarce wild animals a buffer period, the uncle restrained himself and did not sell too many of the mountain's treasures. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, so the monster fur should be shed as little as possible. Blame the Earl of Thorn. We are honest businessmen. There were 3 caravans in the camp, and besides them, there were nearly 100 fully armed and powerful mercenaries. I heard that the Atón people appeared in the west. The mercenaries were already accustomed to the unscrupulous faces of profiteers. They sat around the campfire, drinking and eating meat, calmly chatting about various interesting things in the Thorn territory. During this time, they mentioned the Atón people. Atón? Any news on those barbarians? Every once in a while, the kingdom clears them out. There's news everywhere, but Earl of Thorn isn't like the other lords. He doesn't send troops, he only offers a bounty. Isn't that better? 10 gold cakes, 5 million, but we can't capture them alive. Try harder, maybe there's a chance. The last voice, a stark contrast to the earlier ones, seemed out of place. It's not a matter of effort. That's Atón. The leading mercenary was speaking when he froze. He looked up and saw a third figure had squeezed in between the 2 men sitting on a tree stump ahead. Yo, a young man of 18 or 19, with spiky silver hair and wild attire, waved at him. At that moment, seeing the other man smile, a deep sense of danger welled up in the mercenary's heart. Enemy, puff. The sharp spearhead pierced the mercenary's throat, cutting off his second word. Enemy attack. The mercenaries on both sides reacted almost simultaneously, but the sharp arrows hurled from the darkness were even faster than them. 2 bodies fell, their heads pierced by arrows with only a third of their feathers remaining. A closer look revealed that they had pierced their skulls directly. How is it possible, such powerful bows, and they hit almost simultaneously? Who are you? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Every mercenary who witnessed this scene was terrified. They tried to attack, but were met with a whirlwind of Noel's spear. His eyes became sharp, and the force of his spear was filled with hatred and resentment. Swish, the spearhead slashed across the mercenaries' necks. In an instant, blood gushed out, and 4 of them fell backwards simultaneously. Ha ha ha, 5 of them. Do I have the most now? With that, Knowles grasped his spear and lunged forward like a silver wolf. He charged into the crowd, mercenaries or merchants alike, slaughtering everyone he encountered without mercy. HMPH, idiot, Zira grumbled, reaching for her quiver and pulling out 3 arrows at once. How can this guy be so strong? Where are the archers? Shoot, shoot. The mercenary leader was Oko. He joined the mercenary group at 14, broke away at 24, and built a mercenary force of 100 from scratch, spending 20 years building it. Yet, in just one encounter, over a dozen of his men were dead. How long had it been? What are the archers doing? Why aren't they shooting? Oko turned around, but instead of attacking archers, he saw a field littered with corpses. Their heads, necks, and other exposed areas were pierced with half-buried arrow knocks. Oko finally realized the problem. These enemies were exceptionally powerful. The Atonians. There was only one possibility. Aside from the Atonians, Oko couldn't imagine such a bizarre enemy in the Iron Eagle Kingdom. Retreat, retreat, retreat. When an Atón was underage, or even just one, mercenaries could boldly advance and capture it. Shackled, an Atón was nothing more than a caged beast, nothing to be feared. However, if an Atón was given weapons and enough food to grow, even a single one would cost the slaver dearly. Furthermore, these were 2 Atóns working together. Dark night, forest, both weather and terrain put them at a disadvantage. Why retreat? Are you mad? Kill those 2 lunatics. Merchant Pierce angrily rushed to the mercenary leader, Oko, and shouted, "I command you to kill." Puff. Before Pierce could finish his words, a one-handed sword pierced his unarmored chest from behind. Oko's face drastically changed, and he retreated frantically, his face filled with terror. "Haha, I got the first credit." Inya swung her one-handed sword, easily decapitating Pierce. She didn't know who Pierce was, but the one who gave the order must be a powerful figure. Saros had taught Inya since she was little that killing 100 soldiers wasn't as rewarding as beheading a general. "You're dressed so well, you must be a big shot, right?" Inya ignored the falling head and, without giving Oko a chance to react, raised her hand and struck. Bang! Oko instinctively met the blow, but while he barely managed to block it, it placed a tremendous strain on the mercenary leader's right arm. What kind of strange power is this? His arm trembled, aching slightly, and Oko retreated hastily, but Inya was even faster. She wielded a one-handed sword, known for her agility. Inya's strength wasn't great for an Atonian, only above average, but compared to outsiders, she was still a master among masters. Bang! Bang! After fending off Inya's attacks twice in a row, Oko was suddenly kicked in the abdomen by her. He flew backwards and hit a tree. "Are you really a big fish?" Inya played with her one-handed sword, dancing one sword flower after another. "But you are much weaker than the tin-toothed boar. With such skills, you can become the boss?" "No way, no way." This was a joke that Bai Luo had played before, and Inya followed suit. The mockery in her tone almost made Oko vomit blood in anger. "Bitch, 3 Atón people, what the hell is going on tonight? Did he stir up a hornet's nest?" That village was actually the Atón people's lair. At this time, Oko knew the situation very well. He had been deceived by those damn stupid profiteers. "What do you mean by no danger?" "This is no danger. Gather. Surround them. Don't engage them, use your shields." Oko knew he had to fight. The Atón's ferocity rivaled that of the monsters. But he knew he was no match for Inya, so he gathered his remaining mercenaries and immediately planned to use a human wave. One-on-one combat was absolutely not the way to deal with the Atón. To challenge them in a one-on-one duel was simply courting death. Excellent command, superior equipment, and a powerful battle formation and strategy, these were the only options for defeating the Atón. "Quickly, finish him off," a voice called from behind Inya, and Oko looked. But the sight left him stunned. How is this possible? He looked around, only to see mercenaries and the caravan's attendants, corpses strewn across the ground. A woman stood beneath the moon, her silver hair flowing in the wind, her snow-white wolf fur unstained by a single blood stain. The sister looked up, and Oko met her gaze. At that moment, Oko felt as if he were sinking into an icy cave, his breath nearly suffocated by the overwhelming fear. Oko had no idea what was happening over there. He couldn't understand why so many of his men had died after only a few rounds of fighting with Inya. But the facts were clear. Nearly half of his mercenaries were dead, especially those armed with bows. Almost all of them lay on the ground. That woman had killed them. "He's mine, sister, hurry up." Inya had time for idle chatter, for with Isifia at her back, she was the real force in taking down these mercenaries. "I surrender. I surrender." Oko realized he was no match for these Atonians, none of them were. Rather than fight to the death, surrender was the better option. They weren't Iron Eagle soldiers, and they had no grudge against the Atonians. There was no reason for them to kill them. "Are you their leader?" "I'm willing to pay, I'll give anything, just let us go." Oko spoke quickly, conveying his intentions to Isifia almost instantly. Clearly, this incredibly strong, silver-haired woman was the leader of this group. However, Isifia didn't answer, simply looking at Oko calmly. "They have nothing to do with us. You can kill them at will." "What? Oko, you bastard, traitor. You despicable bandit." The merchants deeply regretted choosing Oko's mercenary group. Only now did they realize they shouldn't have taken advantage of the situation. "Surrender? Surrender now? I haven't had enough fun yet." This was Inya's first time fighting outside, and she was eager for a fair fight. Of course, with her senior sister around, this was out of the question. She wouldn't let her sister get hurt. "Inya, stop," Isifia said, her voice cold and calm. "Drop your weapons and kneel on the ground, quick." Oko gave the order without hesitation. "Kneel down now." The mercenaries, already terrified by the slaughter at the hands of gnolls, dared not question him, and threw their weapons to the ground. Swish, 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 arrows pierced the air, startling the mercenaries, who instinctively tried to block them. But in the chaos, the arrows missed them, striking the anxious merchants instead. Ah, damn it, run, run. Unfortunately, no human could outrun an arrow, and Zero is Atón's foremost marksman. In just 10 seconds, all the merchants, along with their servants, fell to the ground. Normally, the merchants would have had a few capable elite warriors around them. But they were targeted by the senior sister, and in the blink of an eye, any with even a modicum of skill were beheaded. Chew, a resounding eagle cry echoed, the Atonian secret signal. Zira, lurking in the shadows, like a sniper, could not easily reveal her position. Her very presence filled the mercenaries with dread. Fearing the next arrow would pierce their necks. What kind of archery is this? Oko glanced around, his expression gloomy to the extreme. No one needed a second arrow, all were killed with a single blow, completely ignoring their armor, aiming for vulnerable spots and hitting vital points. Gulp, Oko had never dreamed he would encounter Atón people in a place like this, 4 of them at that. Let us go. We've never captured an Atón before. We have no grudges. Oko was very articulate, choosing only the most useful parts, trying his best to avoid angering the 4 men before him. I know, you're too weak. The senior sister noticed the mercenaries' insignia. She recognized all the mercenary groups in the Thorn territory and knew their origins. As Oko had said, they had never captured an Atón. They wanted to, but had never done it. You're not their leader. Oko had a vague feeling that something was wrong with Isifia. She didn't look like a leader. Please let me see your leader. I will definitely offer you terms that satisfy you. Oko's words didn't change the senior sister's expression, as it was easy to guess. You're very clever. At that moment, Bai Luo, riding Shirley, slowly emerged from the forest. Shirley had retracted her Pegasus wings and her radiance, looking no different from an ordinary white horse. This was also Bai Luo's requirement. They needed to be low-key and secretive, never revealing themselves unless necessary. Are you the leader? Oko studied Bai Luo. He looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen him before. Perhaps they'd met once before. I'm willing to ransom the entire mercenary group. Please name your price. Oh, Bai Luo nodded casually, then said to Niles and Jella, kill them. What? Oko thought he'd misheard, but the incoming arrows and the wailing of his companions told him that Bai Luo wasn't joking. They were serious. You lied to us. Put down their weapons. Yes, they said put down their weapons. But Bai Luo didn't promise that those who surrendered would not be killed. He never said it. Run. Oko didn't need to say anything. The remaining 40 or so mercenaries immediately fled in all directions, making the pursuit more difficult for Bai Luo and his men. Not to mention those who offered resistance. Sadly, those who resisted were sniped by Jella. And those who managed to stand were also faced by Norse's spears. None of these people could escape, they would all die. And that was even more so for Oko. He had some quick wits and knew when to advance and retreat, making him a real character. But it was precisely these kinds of people that Bai Luo should resolutely eliminate, because leaving him alone would bring endless trouble. Haha, it started again. This one's mine. Inya was ecstatic at the sight of the fleeing enemies. She was tired of killing tusk rabbits, and she couldn't defeat the tin tusk boars either. Seeing an opportunity to grab a kill, she couldn't resist. The girl happily rushed into the crowd, slaughtering them with abandon. Bai Luo glanced at her but paid her no attention. With Jella's long-range support and Inya's skills, these cowardly chickens and dogs were no match for her. The leader had some judgment. The senior sister asked Bai Luo which direction they were chasing. Bai Luo shook his head and said, they can't escape. Bai Luo was very familiar with the surrounding geographical environment. Inya, don't chase them. Bai Luo looked at Inya and said, you stay and take care of the horses and supplies here. Oh, Inya was a little unhappy, but she never disobeyed her elder brother's orders. Leave it to me, Jella. Chase them into the forest. Knowles, take the higher slope and chase the mercenaries going up the mountain. Yes, 2 figures rushed out without hesitation. They had cooperated with Bai Luo countless times and had a perfect tacit understanding. Senior sister, just follow your instincts. Bai Luo didn't have much to order his senior sister. She was so outstanding that, let alone letting Bai Luo command her, she was more like commanding Bai Luo. Okay, I understand, the senior sister was suitable to be a commander, otherwise she would act alone. Let's go, Shirley. Bai Luo's calmness was naturally due to Shirley's presence. The mercenaries fled in panic, but no matter how fast they ran, could they be faster than Shirley? Shirley could fly. Huff. Huff. Oko fled desperately. He took the road down the mountain, and with him were 4 other mercenaries, all of whom were his most trusted confidants. They knew Oko's abilities and knew that following him would definitely increase their survival rate than wandering around on their own. How could those Atón people be so despicable? Aren't they mountain barbarians? A mercenary had never heard of such Atón people. In his mind, Atón people were barbarians with only brute strength, illiterate. This Atón people are not simple. The one on the horse, there's another silver-haired woman, Oko, with some experience, said, "This is a tribe with a structure and system, damn it. Those idiot profiteers, such an Atón tribe is right under our noses, and they didn't realize it for all these years. Stupid, extremely stupid." Thanks to the leader of the group, Yuduan Hensheng, 10 more chapters will be added when the game is released. Chapter 24, Eliminating the Roots. I agree with you, Bai Luo's voice echoed from the front. Oko stopped dead in his tracks, then stared ahead in surprise with his companions. They are truly foolish. Bai Luo, riding Shirley, stood in his path. How could they? Oko was traveling down a steep mountain path, with nowhere for a horse to gallop. And it was so dark, who would dare to ride at full speed? Captain, be careful. Captain, you go first. The 4 mercenaries were fiercely loyal to Oko, and Bai Luo observed this scene. He sighed, "You're quite good at brainwashing, Shirley." Hiss, the Pegasus, linked to its master, neighed, and a pure white light erupted. Several invisible sonic blades tore through the earth at such speed that the mercenaries had no time to react. Swish, 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 in a flash, only a field of broken limbs and debris remained. "Surely, there's still a breath, one still alive." Ahead, the 5 who had been standing had all fallen, but Bai Luo, uneasy, inquired about Shirley. Sure enough, there was still one alive. "Thank you." Bai Luo calmly steered Shirley forward, simultaneously drawing the spear hanging from her side. Since he had issued a killing order, Bai Luo wouldn't rest until he had pierced the opponent's head. Whoosh! Just as Bai Luo, riding Shirley, reached the corpse, a figure suddenly leaped up. It was Oko. Die! The moment he noticed the light, Oko unhesitatingly dragged his 2 companions in front of him, shielding them from Shirley's attack. His companions perished, the first completely cleaved open, the second pierced through the abdomen. But Oko survived. He had survived. This mercenary leader was a remarkable figure. His quick wit, as Bai Luo had praised him, was perfectly demonstrated. He chose to feign death. No matter how humiliating it was, he would live. He absolutely had to live. But how could Bai Luo be so cautious, even going so far as to strike back? This forced Oko to make a choice. Life or death depended on this one move. Bang! However, before Oko could reach Shirley, the sharp sword in his hand shattered. The next moment, a tremendous force surged from Shirley, sending him flying 6 or 7 meters. Cough cough cough. Oko felt his bones breaking, and his chest ached as several pieces of the sword pierced his body. What's going on? What is this? And that white light? He collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, only wailing. Oko was just the leader of a small mercenary group. He had never seen miracles, nor did he know what a miracle was. Shirley's power nearly overturned Oko's worldview. After Bai Luo used his miraculous power twice in a row, Oko finally understood why Bai Luo was so calm. He had already taken them. "You're truly tenacious." "Wait." Seeing Bai Luo approaching, Oko made a final attempt. "Please wait." Gathering all his strength, Oko knelt before Bai Luo and begged, "I have a daughter at home, not even 8 years old. If I die, she won't be able to survive. Please, please let me go." With that, Oko raised the broken blade in his hand and, without hesitation, cut off his tongue. Woo, woo, woo. The man covered his bloodied mouth and uttered a heartbreaking plea. Bai Luo had met many people in his 2 lives, but if you don't count his uncle and his senior sister, Oko was definitely one of the most unique people he had met in the world. To save his life, he betrayed his teammates, surrendered bravely, fled immediately after defeat, and even fought back in desperate situations. Finally, with no other options, he resorted to emotional appeals, even cutting out his tongue to ensure he wouldn't speak carelessly. This guy is truly ruthless. Even Bai Luo sensed that his future wouldn't be a simple one. "You're very courageous. You didn't hesitate to use your trusted companions as human shields." Oko possessed a knack for controlling his subordinates. He didn't actually have a deep connection with them. It seemed more like he was exploiting them. Bai Luo disliked such people, deeply disliked them. Unlike Oko, Bai Luo valued his companions and family deeply, willing to protect them from adversity. But the facts prove you were right, the results proved everything. Oko's choice was flawless, he was right, because he survived. But do you take me for a fool? Just when Oko felt he still had hope, Bai Luo thrust his spear forward, piercing his heart. Daughter? Did you sell your daughter a long time ago? Lifting Oko's body into the air, Bai Luo said calmly, a silly little trick. Bai Luo knew Oko, he had met him before, but back then, the Atonians practiced a low profile, and Bai Luo never displayed his power. Puff, drawing his spear, Bai Luo lifted Shirley and had her swing her air blades towards the ground, decapitating all the corpses. Only after confirming they were truly dead did Bai Luo ride away on Shirley. Back, yes, in the camp, the senior sister was quicker than Bai Luo. She was counting the number of people. You have 5 over there. Are they all dead? Dead. Then, Knowles and Jella returned, and everyone recounted the head count. For safety's sake, Bai Luo had Shirley search the air for human presence. She possessed special navigation and reconnaissance abilities. Unless the enemy possessed some miraculous power to conceal themselves, they would be unable to escape Shirley's detection. Everyone, help pack your things and put them on the cart. Then, Bai Luo directed everyone to begin collecting the spoils. They discovered quite a bit. Gold and other currency aside, there was also a large amount of iron ore and, for the Atón people, horses, which were extremely important. Shirley was the only combat-capable miraculous creature Bai Luo possessed, and according to his uncle, Shirley possessed the ability to breed new Pegasus. The prerequisite for this is having enough horses. So for Bai Luo right now, horses are a rare commodity. 16 horses in total. Excluding the poor horses that pull the cart, there are 5 fine horses and 3 war horses. Knowles laid out the horses' details, and Bai Luo said, Knowles, Jella, these 2 war horses are yours. Here, make the best use of them. With horses, your mobility will be much greater. Bai Luo, ask the mountain hermit for feed later. Take good care of them. Yes, the 2 agreed. They knew they were one of the few remaining fighters in Atón. The stronger they were, the better they could protect their people in Bai Luo. Senior sister already has carrots. Me, and me. Inya raised her hands, dancing non-stop, her face beaming with smiles, her thoughts fully exposed. Yes, look how anxious you are. Bai Luo gave the last warhorse to Inya, which made the girl so happy that she jumped, and even hugged Bai Luo excitedly. Brother, you are the best. Sometimes, this sister is really Bai Luo's little cotton-padded jacket. Of course. If she didn't eat so much, didn't grind her teeth at night, didn't kick the quilt, didn't talk in her sleep, and was a little smarter, it would be even more perfect. In this way, everyone drove horses, dragging carts of supplies, and transported them back to Atón village. Because there were too many things, everyone couldn't take the mountain road. They chose to cross the mountains and forests, even though there were many dangers in it, but Bai Luo had Shirley, and his senior sister was extremely powerful, so the way home was very peaceful. Thanks to the leader of Luofanahul Shangxiangson. Chapter 25 Anya, you silly. The next morning, the old uncle and his men waited at the village entrance to welcome the heroes back. They're back, the children were overjoyed to see Bai Luo and the others return. Abaddon ran the fastest, so much stuff. Brother Bai Luo, Brother Knowles, are these spoils of war? Yes, we've taken our revenge. Bai Luo smiled at Abaddon. From today on, Atón will never be bullied again. Hearing Bai Luo's words, the Atón people burst into tears of joy. Long live Lord Bai Luo, long live Atón. For the first time in 10 years, the Atón people could hold their heads high, releasing a long-suppressed feeling. Unfortunately, it wasn't time to celebrate yet. The old uncle interrupted their joy, saying that the celebration would have to wait until they reached the overseas islands. Bai Luo, understanding the stakes, accepted his uncle's advice. Oh, right, the uncle spotted Inya, now riding a war horse. Did you give her that horse? Yeah, Bai Luo nodded, but the uncle said, come back, uncle, why are you coveting Inya's horse? If you want a horse, I'll find you one, no matter how good it is. I don't want her horse. I want to give it to someone else. Damn it, you're really her father. You're taking your daughter's horse and giving it to someone else. Are you kidding me? Who? Anyone? Okay, Bai Luo finally understood. The uncle clearly didn't want to give Inya a war horse, She's grown up. Your approach isn't right. Bai Luo had been personally taught by the uncle, as he had his senior sister, including Nor's Angela. They were all his students. But the uncle always taught each student individually. He was kind when he should be, and cruel when he should be. He was incredibly formidable, never showing mercy. This is how a new generation of Atons, hard-working and fearless of hardship, was cultivated. Did you teach us to be fearless, Bai Luo? Why is it different when it comes to Inya? Do you want her to fight on the battlefield? Oh, Bai Luo was stumped by his uncle's question. Honestly, for his younger sister, Inya, Bai Luo only wanted her to be safe. We're all the same, the uncle patted Bai Luo's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll take care of the bad guys. You're still a good brother to the girl, but this, Bai Luo wanted to say that this was wrong, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to start. Alice, finally, Bai Luo put down his hand, wanting to call the uncle back. The uncle's plan for Inya struck a chord with Bai Luo. Inya wasn't good enough, she didn't have the talent and qualifications like his senior sister. So, why send her to the battlefield? Bai Luo couldn't resist Inya's request. He knew he couldn't do it. He doted on her too much? But uncle, he won't. Maybe this is also good, isn't it? Bai Luo felt that the princess of the Atón clan was more suitable for Inya. Brother, look at my new mount, how is it? Is it better than the one just now? Inya came to Bai Luo with a smile on her face, as if she had gotten a great bargain. However, Bai Luo looked at Inya's horse carefully, and he wanted to say to his sister, it may be big, but the speed of this horse is not good. This is a horse specially used for pulling carts, emphasizing endurance rather than speed, not to mention fighting on the battlefield. It was left behind by the opponent in minutes. Fortunately, it was very good at running away, and it was no problem to run for most of the day. Uncle probably took this factor into consideration and picked this horse specifically for Inya. Ah, yes, it's definitely bigger than the one just now. Bai Luo's voice trailed off. Did uncle give you a new one? Yes, brother, how did you know? Bai Luo was speechless. He wanted to say, Inya, you're already 15, why are you still acting like a child who's been cheated out of their New Year's money? I just guessed. Ha. Bai Luo's heart ached, but for Inya's safety, he still forced himself to praise her new mount. And so, watching Inya leave, Bai Luo sighed. The next few days were mostly spent packing. Because they were about to set off, everyone needed to rest up for the trek. The caravan wasn't a problem. The round trip would take them at least half a month, and by the time they were discovered and noticed they were in danger and came to investigate, it would take another half a month. After all that back and forth, the Atón people would probably have already reached the overseas islands. This was why Uncle agreed with Bai Luo's action. They didn't care, they really didn't. In the past, the Atón people didn't go to sea because, lacking miracles, they struggled to succeed anywhere. But things were different now. With the first moment holy bag, the Pegasus, and the Atón themselves, they had the confidence to thrive and expand wherever they went. Sister Aleia, brother Bai Luo is so powerful. That Pegasus blew all the beasts away with a roar. Maya, arms outstretched, described the scene to Aleia with great emotion, while the blind girl, hand in hand with Schuster, walked home. A few days had passed since the Atón people's revenge. Tomorrow was the day they would depart for their new home overseas. They had been packing for days, packing almost everything they could carry. Furthermore, Bai Luo had distributed weapons to every capable member of the village. Some were short swords, others daggers. The Atón people were warriors, even a 10-year-old could kill an adult soldier in a fit of rage. This was Bai Luo's last resort. If anything truly arose, they would have no choice but to fight. Maybe in the future, Maya will also gain the power of miracles. The Lord of Miracles can bestow his power upon his utterly loyal subjects, granting them the power of miracles and becoming miracle minions. The first moment holy pouch, that's uncertain at this point. But surely if the Bai Luo family definitely possesses such power. When Bai Luo plans to develop the Atón army, the Atón people, as his own soldiers, will undoubtedly be his first choice. Huh? Maya waved her hand. That's impossible. I don't have any fighting talent. Sister Fiaya said that's why it's called a miracle. Aleia sensed Maya's disappointment. She gently stroked the girl's head, bringing a smile to her face. Yes, it's a miracle, Schuster muttered to himself. Aleia stroked his hair and smiled. Little Schuster, you're not going to steal Abaddon's things, are you? Shuster understood what Inya meant. Even if there were miracles, they would ultimately go to those with the highest qualifications. Aton's resources should be prioritized for their development. But there are only 80 Atón people. Inya's words lifted Shuster's previously subdued spirits. Yes, Shuster nodded repeatedly. They were very familiar with Bai Luo's character. No matter how talented an outsider might be, Bai Luo valued loyalty and trust above all else. There were only so many Atón people, and sooner or later, it would be Shuster's turn. Get some rest tonight. Under Inya's care, the two children soon fell asleep peacefully, their dreams of becoming Bai Luo's miracle workers. Tonight was the best time for the Atón people to rest, and the journey would begin at dawn tomorrow. Afterward, they would have to traverse endless mountain roads until they reached the coastal city of Harun, the ancient capital. They would not pass through the town Bai Luo had previously visited. To avoid more contact with other people, the uncle and the senior sister unanimously suggested ignoring all the towns and villages along the way and heading straight to the ancient capital. Once there, they would also need to obtain ships. The island suitable for the Atón people was some distance from the mainland, so they would need to obtain a large enough ship, or a sufficient number of ships. Otherwise, the 88 would likely need to arrive in batches, which would introduce numerous uncertainties. Bai Luo chose to go together rather than split up. Fortunately, his uncle had been to the ancient capital of Harun many times before, was familiar with the area, and had acquaintances with the local gangs. The best-case scenario was buying the ship at a high price. If things got worse, his uncle had a plan B. As for money, that wasn't a problem at all. Bai Luo could pour out black pepper, which was equivalent to gold sand and could be traded directly. The first moment Holy Bag had brought the Atón people immense wealth, and they were not short of money. For the current Atón people, any problem that could be solved with money was no problem. Similarly, if a battle were to arise, the Atón people themselves were incredibly powerful. The young Atón warriors, led by Norz and Leon, were more than capable of handling any situation. And if a major crisis arose, there was surely, even the combined might of the entire Atón clan would be unable to devise a response. With her, Bai Luo had absolute confidence in carving out a path through the ancient capital of Harun. Of course, this was a worst-case scenario. If we can reach the overseas islands safely without being exposed, and then start farming and developing the Atón people, quietly passing this period of accumulation, that would be perfect. The Atón people are not afraid of challenges, but they are not stupid either. They know what to do and when to do it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.